Hello, hello, hello. I missed the whole morning, pretty much the whole trading day almost today. Had to take care of some personal stuff and, just got back and just haven't been able to, be able to trade today. So I'm just going to take a look and see if anything else comes up, if anything comes up today, and we'll see. Let me see what has moved today. What's going on, Michael? How are you, man? Did you do something good? Hopefully you did some good damage, right? Talk to me. Did you do some good damage today? I saw that on my phone. I saw that earlier. But that's like the pre-market, right? I mean, I guess from here, 492 to 1032, that's like about 100 and something percent. I think it's the pre-market one. Yeah, wow. Nice. Nice. Very nice. And the good thing about the second part here is the fact that you would have gotten notice from the scanners here on the first move. I think the scanners would have gone off. So you would have known about this move up. And then, every move, there's always a pullback, either way, either direction, pull up, pull back, whatever you want to call it. But there's always a pullback. But the moment here, this would have been my entry here. And just write that thing as much as I could. And not get greedy, of course. So I was in my office. I know, this is my office in my house here. Like on the first floor, I have a whole area for an office, but I also have another one. I had to be there in the morning and take care of some stuff. And I just couldn't trade from there, but I did see it on my phone. And I did transfer, what was the QMMM from yesterday? I transferred to my other account. And I noticed when I was there that it was climbing up. And I was like, wait a second, what? So what I did is I bought a little bit extra to the point that my entry was like 150 something, 151. Man, the moment that thing got to 154, I was done. I even called my brokers, like, done now, immediately, out. So it worked out. But that was a scary thing yesterday. I mean, that was a crazy move yesterday. It was horrible. So you got in at 443 and you exit at 1058 with 500 shares. Nice. Nice. That's a good $3,500. Nice. That's very nice. Hey, so next week I'm gonna continue the small account challenge next week. I have to take a couple of days I have to finish cutting some firewood. It's getting cold up here. And if I don't get that done, we're gonna struggle in 2 months. But you might be interested, Michael, because I'm gonna trade just a small account. I'm gonna show the broker statements. I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna do everything online, and we're gonna manage it. You'll see. I think I could do it with my strategy. Well, that's the goal. We'll see how it works out. Probably Monday or Tuesday I'll start. I was trying to get like a larger, community to get it going, but I'm just gonna start and you know what I mean, and deal with it as we go. The reason I wanted to do it is, I was sweating, man. I went to sleep, so I barely slept actually. Just kidding. Man, I had to do so much work. I usually go to sleep like very late, probably like 12, 1 o'clock. And I'm up by 5 in the morning. Like I sleep like 4 or 5 hours a day, the most. And that's not a good day. I have a very busy schedule. It's horrible, actually. And I've been doing that for a long time. I usually sleep 5 or 6 hours a day, the most. 6 hours, maybe on a Saturday to Sunday. But anyways, the point is that I wasn't sweating about it because I know it's a big number, but if you manage your risk and you never go that 10% threshold or anything like that, you'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't miss, much, right? How you doing, Mr. G? Oh, that's cool, Mr. G, huh? Nice house. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Well, man, I'm like 1,800 feet above sea level, up in the forest somewhere. I'm in. You ever hear of the Blue Ridge, right? The mountains that go from like Georgia all the way through, I think it's Maine, right? I'm on the Northern Virginia, Maryland area. Right up there. It's already cold as it is, man, outside. So I was just telling Michael, it's like I gotta dedicate like 2 or 3 days to get enough firewood because it's about to start. It's already very chilly at night, so I think next month I'm gonna feel it. And let me try to rephrase this. The best way to phrase it, I hate the cold, okay? I'm just gonna be like nice about it. I freaking hate it. I hate it. I'm not the cold type of person. But, it's a funny joke. I tell people, I bought this house without even ever seeing it. I bought this house, like I wasn't even in the state when I bought this house. And I did it to ensure that my wife and I, our marriage could last. So she had to relocate to the area for her own business. From down south, where it's nice and warm. And she was like, hey, the business, I got to go over there into that area. We're going to have to, relocate to Virginia. Because, she was flying almost every day back and forth. It was getting ridiculous, right? Because she was flying basically 3-4 days a week, back and forth. And it was taking too much time. And it's not like we have a private jet, you could just jump in or nothing like that. No, it's actually commercial, right? So it was like getting very, very ridiculous to the point that, anyways, we had to make a decision to relocate somewhere else or buy another house somewhere. So I bought this house without ever seeing it. And I told her, well, if you're gonna take me away from the nice warm weather and you're gonna put me in the cold, well, I'm gonna buy a house where you hate it the most. She hates being out in the mountains with trees. She loves the city, like New York City type of environment, big cities, concrete, lots of concrete. And I was like, no, we're not having that. We're gonna be 50-50, We're gonna be equitable down the line. We're gonna be as fair as possible. I'm gonna hate it, you're gonna hate it. We're both gonna hate it. So here we are. On top of the mountain, 1,800 feet away from, above sea level, barely any concrete anywhere, or people for that matter. And I'm loving it. She hates it. I hate it too. I mean, I'm about to start hating it real good now because it's already getting cold. And the cold weather and we have a very, very bad relationship. We just do not get along. I could never get along with the cold weather. I'm sorry. I just can't. Maybe some people love it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Wildlife. Man, I got some pictures of wildlife. Look, rookie mistake. A few years back when I first bought this house, like I mentioned just not long ago, I bought this house. I call a broker I was out of state, and I call a broker, hey, listen, I want this house. And the guy is like, oh, you sure? I mean, this is how much. Yeah, I want that house. Go, go and give him whatever, arrange it. We never saw the house in person. We did the closing and everything, and then we come and see the house, man. When we look outside, it's wildlife everywhere. So I didn't know anything about wildlife. I have never lived in the middle of the forest or a mountain or anything like that. To me, it's something new. And I like I just said, I did it just to make sure that my wife and I could have a good relationship going forward, meaning that we're both going to be miserable. So I made the rookie mistake of putting, like in the city, what you do is you just grab the trash bin, you just leave it outside, whatever, they come and pick up the trash and move on, right? Well, I put the trash outside, which, by the way, they don't pick it up. I have to actually literally take the trash to a trash place or pay a company to do it because, there's just that service is not there. Anyways, the point is I left the trash there. I wake up one day, like at 6 a.m, I go outside. Man, I got trash everywhere in my front yard, like everywhere. My front yard, like just to get to the road is like 500 feet. So it's like trash the entire place. And I look at the trash bin, I'm like, what the hell? What happened? Big old bear paw right on it, full of mud. I'm like, oh, bears, great. So I'm like, let me not tell my wife about this because she will flip out if she hears that there was a bear right in front of the house. And she found out. She saw the paw print. I completely forgot about it. And she's like, what is that big old paw thing on the trash bin? I'm like, oh, Mr. Smokey came by and visit. She flipped out. She lost it. Actually, not long ago, like at 2 a.m, man, at 2 a.m, I have a Labrador, brown Labrador. And he never barks. I mean, he's such a good dog. I mean, so friendly. You'll probably see him, like, he shows up in the window all the time. He's always asking for me to go and play with him. Not that he talks, but, the sign from the dog, hey, come and play. So he'll show up with his toy there and start yelling for me to go out there and play. Anyways, I hear the dog barking like at 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm like, and he just keeps, I'm like, dude, what's going on with this dog? So I walk all the way from my room. I go to the back area. From the second floor, I could barely see anything. So I turn the light on outside and he continues barking. And I see that he's barking toward the house. So he's not even like by the house. He's like, I would say 10, 15 feet away from the outer wall of the house. And he's barking into the house. Like something, there's a corner there where his doghouse is. So he's barking into his doghouse. I'm like, what is he doing? So I continue walking around the house. I finally get to the kitchen. I go into the deck area we have there. And I look down trying to see what is that he's barking at. Because his doghouse is under the deck, in a corner area, because he has a heater and everything, but I don't want in the cold for him to be exposed. So I look, and there's a huge brown bear trying to get his food. His food is in a secure metal compartment. It's pretty freaking big. You can't really open it, right? Not even the dog could open it. I mean, no animal could open that. I think there's only like one company that sells them out of Texas. So it's like this automated zoo-looking machine that just, twice a day gives them food, right? Automatically. I don't have to do that. And the bear was trying to break into it. I'm like, dude, that crap is aluminum. You can't break into that. It's completely secure. And it holds like 100 pounds of food, so you can't really open it. But nonetheless, the story is there was a huge bear trying to get his food, and he was barking at the bear. I'm like, really? You're going to bark at the bear? I mean, that bear will eat you alive, man. Yeah, air horns. When I first bought this house, like, years back, I tell my wife, hey, I'm gonna walk the perimeter. It's like 10 acres, 10 or 11 acres, something like that. It's a big piece of land, right? So I tell my wife, I want to walk the perimeter of the house. I want to find like the corners of the property. I want to see what's there. It's the lawyer mentality. I'm like, I want to go. I want to see exactly what is it that I bought. So, anyways, I start walking toward like the 4 perimeters corners of the house of the property of the plot, and man, I couldn't do it in the summer because it was so dense. I just couldn't walk. So I'm like, okay, I'll just wait until like September, October, when the fall comes in, and then I could walk through there. So I did that. And when I started walking that way, I'm like, wait a second. I'm not just going over there. I might even have to take a gun or something. I mean, this is crazy. There's bears everywhere. But in the cold, the bears hibernate. They're not outside. So I felt kind of safe about it. So I felt safe about the bears and the snake because it was already like in the low 50s, 40s. So they're not going to be outside. And that was the only way I was able to walk the perimeter of the house to see exactly where the pins were, the property markers. And, but I still took a big old bear spray can. And I took my dog too, just in case, you know what I mean? Like, dogs, I mean, when it comes down to me or the dog, you know what happens. I thought the bear spray, it seemed to me, I never got to use it or nothing, but it seemed to me it's like a big old pepper spray, like what the police use, that type of, I mean, I think the scent was similar to that because I did try just to see, I never got to use it on a bear or anything like that, but I did try just to have an idea what it is and or how to use it. And it seemed to be like a real dense pepper spray. That's what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Also, you're in the mountains over here in California, but which bears you got? You also got brown bears, right? Not the Alaskan bear, the tough ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, black bears. That's good. I mean, hey, look, I respect them. They're huge, okay? By the way, the bear in the backyard so like the fence, I have like right behind the house, I have like a perimeter fence, and you can see at one of the videos I have, I show my dog, retrieving, his profits, right? So that fence there is like almost an acre that covers that area. That bear jumped that fence like nothing. Like if it was nothing, you know what I mean? So I'm like, well, even inside the house, in the perimeter, the backyard with the fence, I don't feel too good about it, So every time we do, like in the summer, we do barbecue. Or I love doing brisket in my smoker, and you could hear them. You could hear them in the summer. I guess the smell from the food, you know what I mean? They lose their mind. Yeah, man. Mountain living is nice, man. I mean, I like what I like the most is just the air outside. It's a whole different feel. I grew up always living like near the beach, right? So, when you live close to the beach, you have the atmosphere, the air has a unique smell from like the water. Here in the mountain is similar, but not the same, obviously. But it seems like very pure in the sense that it's not as polluted like in the city and stuff like that. So it's nice. Well, you don't even have a backyard fence. Oh boy, man, I'll be getting some barbed wire or something. So you could have like deers walk through. You have deers or I guess so. I mean, we have. Look, I have deers. Um, the foxes. A bunch of them. I even seen funny looking cats. Well, yeah, bears are they're everywhere, man. Everywhere here. I mean, you ever heard of the Appalachian Trail? I mean, that's right behind my house. I mean, like, well, not right behind, but on the bottom area of the mountain, they go through there. Nah, just bears and coyotes. Oh, man, they're like dogs on adrenaline, no? Do they coyotes? Do they mess with your pets? I mean, if you have any, uh, I thought they did. I wasn't sure. I'm not really too familiar. I'm telling you, I've been finding out this country living, mountain rural type of living little by little. But again, on the aim of protecting my marriage, make sure it lasts a long time. Because if I'm the only one miserable, would have been divorced a long time ago already. But we both have to be miserable. It's 50-50, Marriage has to be 50-50, both ways. Can't be just one way. Oh, small kids? Yeah, you gotta get a small little fence, something, you know. Not that it's gonna stop a bear. I mean, those at least the bears. Those bears don't really do much harm because they're really fearful of humans. But I don't know. You know what? I don't want to test that theory out. I don't want to be the percentage. I don't want to become a statistic in that sense. I might be the one that comes out in the news like man eaten by bear. Yeah, I, the thing about futures, man. I don't. I've always been. Look at this thing just tanking there. I stick just to the regular stocks, the equities. When you start betting, I mean, look, even trading equities, I mean, you're speculating, right? I mean, the whole point is we all are speculators in this arena. But at least this is more direct. Futures, you're taking one step further from the speculation area, right? Because now you're speculating about speculating. Well, it depends on the stocks. Look, I'm gonna start the small account challenge. I'm gonna continue. I started a small account challenge. I'm gonna continue next week. I think Monday or Tuesday. But because I need to set the time, make sure that I'm just gonna do that nonstop until whatever happens. So I'm not gonna be doing anything else. So I have to arrange a bunch of things to make sure I don't have to do anything in between. What I was trying to get is when it comes to stocks, I usually, apart from like the small account challenge or anything that I do here on YouTube, whatever, now that I started doing this, before I always traded just like mainly Tesla, large caps for a long time. And once you start trading the same instrument for a long time, you get kind of like the feeling and the hang of it. Because and once you learn it and you've been exposed for a long time to it, it's not that hard. depending a lot on your strategy and how you do things. A lot of people, I was talking here in the chat the other day, it depends what your strategies are. So it takes time to learn this thing. I mean, and even when you've been doing this for a long time, you still make mistakes like I did yesterday and stuff like that. But as long as you maintain your risk, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain things you have to respect no matter what. And one of those is your capital, your risk, I think I was telling one of the guys here in the chat the other day or yesterday even that if one thing you need to control is the risk at all time, especially if you have like a small account, but most definitely in a larger account too. I mean, 10% risk in a single trade is a huge mistake, I think, my opinion. Because when you do that, you only got 90% left, So usually in trades, I'll risk less than 1%, if anything, 1% of the entire account, of the cash amount of the account, not like margin. I don't forget margin. I avoid using margin unless I am guaranteed, almost certain that I'm gonna profit from it. If not, I'm not gonna touch the margin, Margin is dangerous. People don't see it. But margin is one of those double-edged knives that could cut you real quick. Yeah, man, I usually do Tesla because Tesla is one of those large caps stocks that, man, there are times that it trades several dollar movements, And when you go in there with a large account, you could walk away with decent cash, every day without risking too much. You know what I mean? If you know what you're doing, obviously. Now, the smaller stocks, like the ones like what I'm showing here and what I will use in the small account challenge or whatever, those are dangerous. I mean, these are dangerous stocks. I mean, it's nothing like large caps because of the swings they have, right? The volatility is extreme. And it's funny, a lot of the new traders, they love it. They love the small caps. The low flow type. And honestly, to make quick money, if you know what you're doing, it's not bad at all. But the volatility is super high. And it has to do, obviously, due to the low flow, you know what I mean? That's the thing, Michael. And that's the conversation we were having the other day is the risk, man. The risk is everything. The risk is everything. And that's the thing, it's hard to do because you get emotionally invested, you know what I mean? And when you have a smaller account, like it's so hard to make $1,000. I mean, it's extremely hard, okay? It's probably easier for you to make $5 in a smaller account. So let's say I have look, I'm going to start the challenge with $1,000. I know I put $9.95 on that thing. It's not clickbait, but it would be like $1,000. In the $1,000 challenge, the most I'm going to risk in a trade at most is $10. But by risking $10, I might be able to make $20, maybe $30. If I get one of these crazy stocks that moves like this and I get to catch the move, well, maybe I'll make 150. Now with 150, then the next day I'll have, $1,200, $1,300. Then you have more leverage, on margin. On a small account challenge, you have to use leverage. There's no way you're going to be able to increase an account without using margin. You have to use it. So I'm going to use margin. I also have an account with an overseas broker. I'm going to use that one because the leverage is higher and they're not subject to the PDT rules. So I don't need to, care too much about the $25,000 limitation. for the small account challenge, shouldn't be an issue at all. But it is very difficult if you're gonna try to increase a small account and like, let me give you an example. Look, they're about to change the PD2 rule, right? I think a proposal went out last year, I think, or beginning of the year or something like that. The proposal was published by the government, and then I think they're just waiting on the final rule to be finalized, right? And be published. Once that rule comes out, brokers will change the PDT requirement from $25,000 that it is now to $2,000, right? If the $2,000 becomes the final rule. If that were to happen, a bunch of people are going to open the margin accounts. They're going to start day trading, thinking that with $2,000 it would be very easy for them to like make a lot of money. But if they're not experienced and they take the wrong risk, like anything beyond a 1% or whatever, those $2,000 not going to last long. They'll be gone soon. So, I don't know if the rule is going to be good, but the point is, it is very difficult to grow a small account taking the risk requirements into account. So if you have a $2,000 account, I mean, the most you could risk in any trade is $20. That's it. I mean, losing $20. You can't lose more than $20. You lose more than $20, you're not gonna make it. So you have to get to the point in your abilities in trading where you're not gonna lose $20 every time you go into a trade. So even your strategy in that sense has to make sense to ensure that you don't go in an entry and immediately you lose $20 because that's it, you're done, right? You can't really trade again and lose another $20. You do that 10 times, you lose $200. Now you got $1,800 left. I mean, you are putting yourself out of the market by doing that. I have always, for a long time, I used that strategy that the moment I go in, if it goes against me, I'm out. I just got in at the wrong time. I need to get in at the right time. And that's why the level 2 data is so important, extremely important. You have to be able to time it right. You have to be able to get in when it's the right time. And only the level 2 data is what could help you, really, because it tells you exactly what the price is. And I've seen a lot of traders, and I've been into live stream with other people, and I've seen them trade, and I ask, and it's like, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you not looking at the level 2 data? Like, you think those numbers are there for nothing? They're moving around for fun. I think it's probably the most important thing that you have on the platform, because it's literally telling you what the price is and what's waiting. That's a big advantage there. That's an edge that every other trader has because they all see the same information, right? But most retail traders, they don't even use it. They don't live by it, And so if you do learn it, you have a little edge over them. Yeah, Michael, well, listen, if you could use a cash account, the PD2 rule is only for margins. So you could use a cash account, right? And there's no PD2 rule there. Actually, having a cash account with a small account is probably even better because it forces you to be risk adverse in the sense that you could only, okay, if you have a $2,000 account and you have a cash account, that means you could only use $2,000 to trade. Well, if you want to trade more than one entry in a day, you cannot use all $2,000 for that trade. So you're going to have to divide it, right? You're going to say, well, $2,000, I could probably make 10 trades of $200 each, right? And then it forces you that those 10 trades, they have to be the right setup for you no matter what. Because if you get in and it's not the right setup, well, you just lost the opportunity to even make a profit because more likely than not, you're gonna hit your stop loss of, the $20, or in that case, $5, $10, and then what? You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Look into it. A cash account only when you request the broker to give you a margin account is that you're subject to the PDT rule, not cash accounts. You know, cash accounts are not subject to the PDT rule because you're not using money that is loaned by the broker. You're using your own cash. The government has the PDT rule in place, to kind of protect the consumers, to protect the retail traders, right? Because most of them are not experienced. And by having a $25,000 requirement that you have to have more money than that, it kind of forces day trading to be permitted only for people that, one, have the money, and two, more likely than not, there's a stronger likelihood that they have traded before. And that's why they might have that money, or they might have the money from other sources, but you be more cautious how you're going to be trading, because when you're using margin from a broker, yes, you multiply your winnings by 4 times if you're using a broker in the US and a regular retail trading account, but your losses also quadruple, immediately. So instead of 1 penny, when it goes down 1 penny, instead of going down 1 penny, it's going down 5 pennies, 4 pennies, So it makes a big difference. When it drops $10, you lost $40, So by the margin is extremely harmful if you don't know what you're doing. So for learning purposes, I think a cash account is perfect and forces you to equally divide the numbers of trades, and it kind of forces you to have this plan of risk, what trades you're going to take, what amount you're going to use per trade, and all those limitations, you're going to have them in place. And you have to force yourself into it, because if not, you're not going to have an account, right? Because you're going to lose all the money. And for learning purposes, what you want is experience. What you want is being exposed to the market. You want to be trading every day, at least, even if it's just 2 or 3 or 4 trades a day, to ensure that you teach yourself the discipline, the emotional aspect, the discipline you have to yourself, to the point that one day becomes a habit, and then it's just not a big deal, I'm looking at that. Let me see my dash trader. What is he saying? It's nothing moving. Yes, they're about to close the market anyways. What am I trying to look without glasses? That's crazy. Sometimes I think I'm younger. I'm like, I don't want to use glasses. I have to use glasses. I might have to get that surgery thing, but I'm so scared of any type of surgery on my eyes. It's not even funny. I don't mind jumping out of planes. I don't mind, my time in the military and all that. I don't mind any of that. But going blind, I care about that. That would not be cool. I mean, I'll be hitting the walls until I could learn to walk without looking. Until then, I'm wearing glasses. NRSN. Let me see that thing. Where is that? Is that Dow Jones? I mean, what is it? Nasdaq? Oh, it's okay. So it's an ADR. NRSN. Yeah. No. Okay. Let's see. LXEH. Yeah, it's nothing now. I like the rush hour. I like the power hour, right? They call it power, power, power. JBDI. Oh. So yeah, guys, on Tuesday, it should be Tuesday morning. We should do start the non-stop small account challenge. I'm gonna have to take off tomorrow, Friday, to make sure I finish everything I need to finish, to make sure I have nothing pending that could interfere with my time. I'm gonna start the live streams next week around 6:30 probably, so I could take a look at the pre-market and take that into account before the market opens. So we should be good. Looking forward to the small account challenge. If you see me trading more than 5 times any of those days, make sure you yell at me through the chat, because I'm not gonna be trading that much. I mean, I'm gonna trade when I need to trade, and that's it. Because a small account, you cannot risk over trading. You cannot risk any of that. If you look at the first 3 videos I made regarding that, I show that as an example. You can't do that, not in a small account. It's all about patience. Yeah, Michael, man, I'm glad for you, man. You took opportunity of the early move today, man. That's awesome. Congrats. But be careful with the risk, man. Really do be careful with that. GLE. Let me see that. It's nothing. There's nothing going on. GLE. I don't even know why GLE is showing up in my scanner. That thing is scuba diving right now. That thing went scuba diving at around 10 o'clock in the morning and it hasn't resurfaced. I don't know how long the oxygen is going to last down there, but that thing is deep down there, way deep. Maybe it's becoming a bottom feeder. Kids, KIDS, KIDZ. Oh, okay. Float 10 millions. It's at the high of the day right now, and it's halted. Nice. Nice, nice. What a nice move. Wow. I keep looking at it, Michael. That's a nice move. I wonder what the volume was. You see? Oh, okay. So the volume died down after. It was a question of move. Why are you saying that? Which part? You mean the original one here at 7, around 8 something? 8, what is it, 9? 8:53? I think the one here at 8 o'clock in the morning was the wake up call. That's the alarm going off. Should have like one of those trading alert, trading alert. You know, you wake up like if you're in combat or something, like you're getting attacked. I mean, this is a first warning right there. You know, This is a first warning. Warning, no, this is the movement was right here. Let me zoom into it. See the candles involved. It tells me what the volume was. Because again, remember, everything to the left is history, historical information. It's not indicative of the future. Yeah. So yeah, I don't see like a large candle. I don't think I would have gotten up. I would have gotten in under any of these candles. Maybe here, $1.60, maybe here. But then I would have to force myself to get out $2. Because the moment I see the black candles, I'm out. I'll try to be out unless my emotional monster kicks in. But yeah, but like here, I mean, look at the volume here, 101,000. Not even. Okay, so I think my entry would have been like somewhere around here. Come on, move. Why is not moving? Move. Yeah, it would have been the second time around. At least this gives you a heads up. Hey, this thing is moving. Just went from like $1 down here, $1.42, all the way to like 2.26. So that tells you it went up like 90 cents almost, right? I just don't see the clear sign. Honestly, my clear sign I think would have been right here at 8.53. And even then, the volume was not that. I mean, it's easier to look back now, right? Because you have the whole thing here to see. But if you're in this stock before 8.50, if you're looking at it, okay, and you see it going down, 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 right? And clearly, all these indicators and all that is not going to be there. It's going to be behind, right? They're always lagging. I think I would have gotten in right here, where it's $1.79. That would have been probably my sign, because it's the first candle that develops without the tail. You see that? Tail. Oh, this is strong. I mean, this shows, look, the red candle comes, sellers, selling, a lot of selling, more selling than buying, all the way down. And then buyers come in, buying, and they force it up. This is the pressure from the buyers toward the end of the time frame of the 1 minute, right? Then it closes up and it opens and it happens again. So when you see a lot of buyers, I can guarantee you that the level 2 at that moment, it was just going super fast because of all the buying taking place. So I would have gone in the first candle that. Why is this thing keeps moving? Sorry about that. The first candle that opens up that doesn't have the tail, the wick behind it. Let me see. Let me go back to it. Where was it? 8.53, right? Was this candle here? Let me see. No, it was 8.53. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here. 8.53. Okay. I would have gotten in right here. This is the first candle that doesn't have that tail hanging out on the bottom. You see? tail, tail, tail. That shows buyers moving up. Barely any tail on the top. That means barely any sellers pushing it down. I would have probably got it in. No, not even there. Right here, maybe, at most. If anything, down here for sure. I would have probably missed the whole thing because I just don't see like a big, huge volume of buyers. And that's really what I like getting in. Yeah, I think this candle here is the first one. Okay, so these two have the tail, and this is the first one without it. So this is a clean cut of just buyers buying in. And I think in the level 2 data, you would have been able to see the bid price just climbing up high, following the ask. That's what you would have seen in the bid here. And that would have been a clear indication to me it's a time to get in. And again, look, Michael, about the technical indication. I mean, what indication you were, I mean, okay. Were you bought in because there wasn't any indication that it was gonna go back up? So you got in when it was going down? I didn't even get the info until like 9. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you got in like after the big move, the initial big move here. Yeah, it's good to have different time frames to have an idea. Look, ideally, you want the 1 minute chart, the 5 minute chart, and the 15-minute chart, the candles that are showing at that moment in real time, to have a similar pattern when you combine them all together. They should be able to tell you like almost the same thing. That's like the most powerful move that you could see when they all kind of like are telling you, hey, there's some extreme buying coming in, you know? When you see all of them telling you that at the same time, and I don't mean like the past historic information, I'm talking about like the current candle that is moving. Like if you look at the 15-minute right now here on the screen, you can see there's selling going on. You see the tail to the top, the wick to the top. In the 5-minute, you also see it here. There's indecisive. That means we think, okay, so in the past 15 minutes, because now there's only like a minute, 30 seconds left, right, on the clock. So for the past 14 minutes, the buyers and sellers have been undecided. You can see it here in the 15-minute. For the past 5 minutes, the same thing. But now toward the end of the minute, the 15-minute, the 5 minutes, you could see a little bit more of buyers. And in the 1 minute, it's like, hey, for the past minute, they've been indecisive, but look, it's moving higher. So it seems, oh, hold on, I'm in the wrong candle here. Here, it's more sellers. Now it's buyers. Let's look at the level 2 because that's the most important one. Look at 542, 544. This has to be quick. You're looking at a real time. Now it's going back down, back up. That's a micro movement to the downside, right? Because it went back up immediately. But look at the bid, how it follows the ask. You see that? That's powerful. Okay. Now the ask went right back down. Let's see if it goes back up. Of course, at 9:30 in the morning, 9:45 in the morning is more volatile. You could see it better. Right now, 4 o'clock almost. Not many people are throwing money in there. Not compared to like early in the morning. You see that? Look at the ask and look at the bid. Don't look at the candle. Just look at the bid. I will even cover that thing. Hold on, let me move this thing. Look at those numbers. It went real quick back to 558. Now it's at 563. 563. The ask 566. It jumped by 3 cents. 67. And look at the bid, how it follows. 70. 69. Micro movement. Now 63, 59. That's it. Time to sell. Right? Now look at the candle. You see that? All the way down. This is the most important one here. So at least for me, my strategy, when I get in, I'm looking right here. I want the 551 to be climbing up high fast. I want the bid following it, running right after it. Like imagine your kid is going to school and they forgot their lunch and you're running after them to give them the lunch. That's how I want to see that. That's when I'm getting in. I don't need any more confirmation, Michael, apart from that. You understand me? Like that is my confirmation. Like my confirmation is the actual movement taking place. Like I'm not waiting until the movement is over, because then that's it. It's nothing to move, right? So you're never gonna buy. That's funny. We'll never press buy or sell again, and it's more fun watching trading videos of people than losing your money. I don't know if trading. I think watching trading is just boring. I mean, I don't think it's fun. I think it's just boring. It's really boring. And if you do it right, it should be super boring, because you should be able to trade just maybe once a day when the right opportunity comes up, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot better to watch other people and not spend your money, or I mean, use your money or waste it or whatever you want to call it. That just means you're a viewer, not a speculator, right? You're not into trading, or did you have a bad history, a bad experience with trading? I mean, trading has been around for what, since year 1600, and people have made fortunes with it. So I guess it depends how you see it. But sure, man. Hey, look, next week, come and have fun seeing me with a small account challenge and see how much money I could lose. Okay, let's. I will even encourage you that if you see me losing, just start laughing and criticizing me as much as you can. Let's do it. That will make it more fun or stressful for me. Yeah, I mean, you can't make money if you're not speculating. I mean, yeah, I mean, right. I mean, everybody have their own views and threshold when it comes to the risk that involves. Clearly, day trading is super risky. I mean, I'm telling you right now, it's super risky. It takes most people years, to learn it. Years of just pouring money into it, because the best way for you to learn is going to be with experience. You have to get the experience. You have to be exposed to them. You have to be exposed to the market so much that's it. The market has no hidden tricks for you. There's nothing it could show you that is going to surprise you. You understand? And you have to be able to manage your money in a way that it doesn't matter what happened, nothing's going to happen to you on your account. And that's where risk management comes in. I think, Michael, we spoke about it the other day. It's like if you limit it to 1% of your account per trade, like the stop loss aspect of it, that's, if you respect that, then yeah, it's, you get the experience little by little. And if you trading a small size shares, right? A small amount, 5 shares, 10 shares, just to get the experience of how the market feels every time you do it, and you work on your emotions at the same time, and respect that the only one that knows anything here is the market. You don't know, we don't know, I don't know anything, right? It's just the market. Just think about it. It's just a bunch of people buying and selling the same thing over and over and over. That's it. No buyers, no sellers. There's not like an association of buyers and sellers, and they get together and they agree, on this day at this time we're gonna buy so much. There's no such thing, right? So it's millions of people just pouring money in there, speculating about the price of something. So whatever you think, whatever I think, whatever anybody thinks is irrelevant, because market doesn't care about any of that. Market's gonna do what the market does, move up and down. You just have to get in at the right moment for you, and get out at the moment for you, and do what's best for you under the circumstances. And of course, by staying out of the market, yeah, you're protecting your money. You're not gonna lose your money. On the same token, by not speculating, there's no possible gain from the market either. So yeah, let's get on getting ready. On Tuesday, we'll start. We'll continue the small account challenge, and it's gonna be full time. I'm gonna do it nonstop. That's why I'm taking 2-3 days to ensure that all my other commitments are settled, so I don't have to deal with it for the next several months. I foresee this taking, it could go 6 months, a year, easily. Okay. Or maybe one day. I mean, who knows? So that's the goal next week. So I'll invite you guys to show up next week if you want to see it. And also, since it's going to be a live stream, it's going to be recorded anyways in YouTube. You're more than welcome to take a look at it later. And I'm going to do a summary every day of it as well. And the broker statements are going to be posted them on my website. And I'm going to see how I can probably do a live stream, right? The thing is, they're not available until the following day. So I have to wait 24 hours before it's updated. That's Trader Pro. It takes that's how they do it. It just takes time. So the following day, what I could do, just, whatever, I could maybe make a live stream where I log in through the broker on the live stream. Obviously, I'll protect the password and stuff. I don't think you can see the password anyways. You can only see the username. And then just put the statements right there and just show it. And we'll do it like that every day until either the market takes me out or we meet the goal of the small account. So we'll do that starting Tuesday, for sure, Tuesday. That gives me enough time to compile a lot of firewood. Because It's getting cold already. That's cool, Michael. I'm here. I'm here. WLDS. I think it's scuba diving, huh? Definitely went scuba diving. Wow. Yeah, I think it's done, cooked. Who knows? Maybe aftermarket starts moving. I do like the aftermarket once in a while. I mean, the after hours once in aftermarket. What is that thing? What am I saying? The after hours. It's aftermarket too. I mean, not like the market left. It's not after. You know what I mean? After 4 o'clock. The mere fact that there's no halt, there's no halting. They're not gonna be halting anything. Sometimes you can have some good movers. Sometimes. I missed that move today in the morning. Oh well, that's all right. There'll be many more. There have been many more before too, so it is what it is. You never think too much of it. All right, 4 o'clock is here. Almost. 3, 2, 1. 4 o'clock. Now I'm looking at the scanner, see if anything starts moving. We'll see. The problem with the after hours is just the volume, man. It's so low. It barely moves. So you can't really buy a lot of shares. I mean, you might not get filled. M-I. How do you pronounce that? My. Mimi, my. Yikes. Ooh, that's insane. I put some little background music. Not too loud. Tiny level. It's nothing moving here, so I think all I think is more than over. Looking at the scanners, there's nothing moving aftermarket, which is expected because the volume dies down dramatically. If they do make trade in 24 hours, we'll see what happens. I mean, I figure it will be just similar to this, where the volume just dies down. We shall see. The WLDS, we'll see. We shall see what happens. I mean, that's a big candle. Let me see what the volume is. It's just 94,000 shares. Not really a lot. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think this is over. I think it's time to call it and pull the plug. I mean, I don't expect anything to be moving once the market closes, but sometimes you get one or two that decide to do something, but I don't see that now. And if you can, please smash that like. We'll really appreciate it. Might help the build the community. Hopefully, we could get a large crowd for the small account challenge, and so I could hear the criticism. I could, not hear but see the criticism. It would be cool. Or the pros. Either or, so good. It's all good. And thank you for joining, guys. Remember, next week, it's going to be, we'll continue the small account. And see how high it can go. See if we could break a good record, or be one of the do one of those records people have done. The only one that I've seen that has done something similar is forgot his name. He's in YouTube too. He actually published his broker statements. I don't think anyone else has. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to publish the broker statements too on the website, and I'll get them independently verified too. So, we'll do the same thing. We'll be the second one. Everybody else that talks about day trading and they make so much money and do this and that, they don't show anything. They just tell you what they've done, and that's it. There's no broker statements. There's no independently verified statements or anything like that, So, anybody can Photoshop anything and do anything. Michael, good to have you back, man. I was just saying that, we're going to continue the small account challenge next week. I think in YouTube, I only seen one person that has done small account challenge, and actually has posted the actual broker statements, which I'm going to do too. Probably get them independently verified too, depending how the account goes, right? because I think it's $1,500 per month or something like that. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna post on my website. I was thinking maybe I could do a live stream of logging into the broker account in real time, and we'll refresh the browser and all that. And so, you guys could see as open as possible without you having the account information to log in yourself, all the trades that we'll take, and everything's going to be streamlined, live streamed, right? So I'm going to change this thing around so you'll be able to see, because it takes a lot of space to put like the actual times of each trade, but I'm going to make sure that it's listed here. You could always go back, compare the statements and the times. I mean, you could do everything, and it's just going to be open with transparency completely. I don't think anybody in YouTube has done that. The only one that has done that, I think, is, what's his name? Cameron Ross, I think, that he has them on his website. I respect that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to do like a small account challenge and claim that you were able to grow it from, $1,000, $100, whatever. $100 is ridiculous, but you're going to grow it all the way to, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, you need to be transparent about it. You need to be clear. You need to show it people. Don't be bamboozling people. You know what I mean? The only one in YouTube, I think, that has done that by showing people the statements and everything is Cameron Ross. And I respect that, anyone else that claims whatever and they don't show anything, or they don't even do the trading live, I'll be cautious. But anyways, that's the adventure I'm taking. By the way, I got to be clear. I don't sell anything that has to do with day trading. I don't even teach anybody about day trading. I'm literally just showing how I'm do it and how I'm going to do it in the small account challenge. So I don't have an incentive in selling you anything. I don't want that. You go to my website, it has nothing to do with selling anything. It's just to guide, I wanted to put the videos on my own website as well after the live stream on YouTube. But I'm going to narrow it down just to the actual trades, because I don't expect to be taking a lot of trades. I think it might be 2 or 3 a day, maybe, right? Just the right ones for me to grow the small account. But anyways, that's the whole point about the website, is just to go ahead and load up those clips from those videos. And at the same time, have an area where I could load up the broker statements. I was thinking about doing it daily, but it has to be 24 hours after, because then, when the market closes at 8 o'clock, I don't think the broker has already by midnight. I think it's the following morning when everything gets reset and starts all over again. So that morning, I'm going to go ahead and get the statements. I'm going to go ahead and list them, put them on the website as well. And I got to figure out how to do a live stream about getting the broker statement. So I'm going to do that as well. I'll figure that out. I don't think the password is visible. I think the most you could see is probably the username. So I don't care about that. Nobody's going to, you're going to call my broker, says, I want to get into this account. And they're like, those people, they know my email, they know my IP address. They're just not going to give that information to anybody. So I don't care about anybody seeing the username. I care more about the password, obviously, for obvious reasons. And it's not like they could take any money out of the account anyways, because whenever I make transfers out of the account, there are actually documents I have to execute. I mean, I have to sign and everything and send it to them for them to even take any money out. So it's secure in that sense, So I'm not too concerned about logging into the broker statement, a broker account in a live stream. I don't care about that, because I just don't. From a security perspective, I don't see how anybody else could somehow hack that and take the money, because it's just not done online. It has to be done through paper and through my own personal email. So, which is not even the email in YouTube. So nobody's going to be able to do that. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to move forward, man. Hope to see you guys in the live stream for the small account moving forward. So stocks are equity, future, the contracts. So it's two different things. If that's your question, if they're the same thing, or you mean are they tradable? are they financial instruments that you can trade similar to you do stocks or the same way you do stocks? And the answer is yes. You could definitely trade futures. The same way you could trade forex, right? Foreign money, exchanging one currency from one country to another currency. You could do that as well, and you could trade anything. Depends where you're at. You could trade a lot of things, right? So, you're gonna have a platform with the chart, just like you see here. Think about it. When the marketplace began in year 1600, they traded even potatoes, right? So, yeah, if they were able to trade rice and potatoes back then, I don't think they had rice back then, right? That was done after, but I think they did have it back then already. I'm forgetting history. Anyways, they used to trade just food. That's the initial financial marketplace, was just trading, goods and stuff like that, and food and certain items of food or whatever. So, anyways, and they were able to trade it. So, yeah, you could trade anything. And futures, you could trade it just like the equities, the stocks, and you could trade forex the same way you could trade, any crypto, right? You just have to find the broker that allows you to do it, and will provide you the service, of course, for a fee, right? Nothing is free. I don't know, but I don't really trade. I don't trade crypto in that sense. I'll buy crypto and just keep it there for a long time, but I don't trade it like on a daily basis like I would do with equities, because my personal opinion, I think crypto is highly subject to manipulation very easily, right? Especially like those coins, outside of Bitcoin or Ethereum. Anyways, you can trade. I think in the United States, they have certain requirements and regulations, whatever. This is not a legal advice. I strongly suggest you get a lawyer that could help you with knowing what the laws are and your rights. But in a general sense, here in the U.S., there are certain requirements that have to be followed when it comes to crypto and leverage. And there are not many brokers that do that. I think maybe, excuse my voice. I think, what is it called? Coinbase, right? I think that might be one of the few that has it here in the US, that is able to do it legally here in the US. Now, I'm not saying that there are no avenues for you to have other crypto exchange accounts from many other services throughout the world where they do provide you, certain leverage or whatever. Yeah, that exists. I just don't think is widely permitted in the US. Some people might use VPNs and, connect to accounts from other countries and stuff like that, but I just don't trade crypto in that sense. I don't do that. But the platforms, the exchanges, that does exist. With margin, of course, yeah. So to answer your questions, yes. I don't know if it's the same as... I don't think it's the same as equities here. Most brokers, for regular retail traders, I think the leverage is 4-1 when it comes to equities, right? When it comes to forex, it's a lot higher than that, because the amount of capital that you need to be able to trade forex. I don't know what the margin is when it comes to crypto. I just don't know that, because I just don't deal with it. I know there's certain proprietary trading firms here in the US that they do provide margins to their own inside traders up to like 200% or something like that, or 201. Overseas brokers, you could find some that are 6-1, there are some that are 22-1. So it all depends with the country and the regulations they have. One thing that is not permitted to be traded here in the US are CFDs. right? But in England, I believe they are. In UK, I believe they're allowed to be traded over there. Yeah, crypto is not only is volatile. I think is can be easily manipulated with somebody who has enough money. Somebody with enough money could definitely make crypto move. I remember a few years back, Luna. Luna is a perfect example. I mean, I think some people even, were indicted here in the U.S. for manipulating that coin or something like that, right? So if you have enough capital, you have enough money, you could make a move. Then use manipulation, right? You could fake the funk, you know what I mean, and then just drain it, and a bunch of people are gonna lose their money just because you have more money. In the equities market, it's highly difficult to do that. Not saying it doesn't happen, but you need billions of dollars, right? And crypto is a little bit different, especially those newer coins that are not really are attached to some other main coin as the infrastructure, I guess, behind it. When they're new, I mean, highly volatile, highly subject to manipulation. I mean, I think people make money doing that, right? They like create their own coins, they put them in the exchanges, they buy a bunch of them, cause the price to go up, and then they sell everything. Don't they call it like a rug pull or something like that? I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's highly manipulated. So, but if you're into gambling, that might be good, right? Because you might want to gamble yourself into see what happens. But not in this business for gambling, that's for sure. I don't gamble. I go to a casino and just play blackjack just for fun, but not with the idea I'm gonna make money. So I hope I was able to answer your question. I know it took a little more than a few words, but I just want to be clear as to what I know when it comes to crypto. I appreciate you guys being on the chat. If you don't mind, please smash that like. It'll be great to build the community, and hopefully more of you guys show up for the small account challenge next week. And please do criticize me as much as you can. You know what? It'll be a good experiment for you guys to be my hold me accountable. Start screaming your chats at me if I start doing something wrong. I know the other day both Michael and Cody they were losing their mind with me, and they were yelling sell, sell, sell. But I wasn't too concerned about it in the sense of the investment. Anyways, there's nothing moving here. I mean, WLDS, while I was talking about the crypto thing, just climb a little bit, about $1. But that's it. Not enough volume for me to even risk anything on it, honestly. It's not the type of movement I like. I like the real massive price increase movement, not this thing that is struggling to move. Yeah, manipulation, man. The crypto is highly manipulated. I mean, look, if somebody I mean, what is a crypto coin? It's just, it's just computer language, right? If you have the abilities, if you know the computer language, the coding language, and you're able to program your own crypto coin, I mean, nothing stops you from like creating your own crypto, right? Launching it on one of these exchanges that allows you, like, for example, let's say you create a coin that is linked to one of those coins, the main ones. For example, I think, what was the name of? I can't believe I forgot. As I get older, my memory just starts disappearing little by little. I'm trying to remember the coin, one of the main ones that people create coins under. Let me see here. Solana, right? Solana is like one of those coins that it has an exchange site, and a lot of people go there and they list their own coins that they create, right? So I didn't. Sorry, yeah, Muhammad. I didn't. Am I pronouncing it right, Muhammad? I didn't do any. I came in a little late to the party. I didn't do any trade. I didn't see anything moving for me. Michael was here. I mean, I didn't do any trade here. The only trade I did was this huge, horrible trade I did yesterday. That if you're able to see it, you will flip your mind. You would be like, what? No way. And I think Michael is in the chat. It was just a complete gamble. It was a complete mess. But luckily, today in the morning, when I was in my office, I transferred those funds to another account, those shares to another account. And as I was doing that, not long after, that thing started climbing back up and I sold it. I was like, I'm done with this thing. And I got it off my back. But it was a horrible move yesterday for me. And that was straight up greed. I was like, whatever. It's 1%, 2%, 10%. It's not a big deal. But it was really horrible move on my part. But that's fine. I think it put me back. Like, if it would have gone the horrible way, I was able to save it. But if it would have gone the horrible way, I think it would have put me away for like at least a month, 2 months for sure of profits would have been gone. So I was able to save it by a hair, but saved it nonetheless. But no, anything else, I just didn't trade anything in the morning. By the time I got back and turned this thing on, there was nothing. It was dry, absolutely dry. And now I'm hanging out to see if anything pops out, but I don't see anything. After hours is not really a good, good. I think the best momentum I've seen lately has been the pre-market, like around 6:30 to 7, 8 o'clock. I've seen lately the past few months, that has been like a good time to find good movers. With extreme caution, of course, because there's no stop losses, right? So it has to be a smaller size and with your finger on the trigger to make sure you sell immediately. I mean, that's the only way, right? If not, I prefer the regular market because of the stop losses. That's my safety net, So that's the safety net. That's the only bad thing about post market and pre-market. It's just it's just limit orders. There's no stop losses, so you have to be very good about the risk you take and your ability to sell immediately, right? Because when it goes against you, that's the only thing you need to do is sell. Unless you want to lose your life in trading, lose your account in trading. But I do invite you next week. We're going to start on Tuesday, the small account challenge. And if you see me doing something wrong, please yell at me through the chat. Criticize me as much as you can. Prevent me from doing it if you can, remotely somehow through the chat. Call me names, call me whatever you want. Just make me stop if I'm doing something wrong. Hey, I'm a human being, man. I mean, I'm just like you, human. So even though I've been doing it for a long time, I still make mistakes and I still might not see certain things that you see, A lot of eyes are better than just my 2 eyes. So the good thing is I have the chat everywhere here. So, if something pops out in the screen and I see it with the corner of my eye, then I could make a decision. We'll see. It'll be a fun experiment. I think it's near impossible, honestly, to grow an account from $1,000 through a million. I just, it is really hard, really, really hard. Especially in a live stream when people are telling you things and you're trying to, answer them and concentrate on the trading. But I'm going to draw the line. I'll go over the rules next week, when we go to the trading, the small account. But it's going to be very simple. I'm just going to ignore the messages as much as I can and concentrate on the trading aspect only. Okay? And then we could Monday night quarterback the trades after. But, protecting the money, especially in a small account challenge, is the priority. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. As a matter of fact, I got to tell you, when I learned to trade back in the days, there was only like one platform that you could use. I mean, back then it was just, and it wasn't like nowadays that they're super fast. Was it TD America? It was Ameritrade, TD Ameritrade. Back then it had a different name. It was a green logo, I remember. And wow, that was like, I remember my first trade ever was Cisco. And things have changed since then. But what I was going to say is that in a small account, you have to be cognizant of protecting your capital at all times. You can't take risk more than 10%, per trade at all. I mean, not even close to that. I'll say more like 5%, maybe 1%, So on Monday and Tuesday, on Tuesday, I'm going to go over the rules I'm going to be using so you guys can see it. I'll post them on my web. You know what? I'm going to post them on my website too over the weekend. If I get some time over the weekend, I'll cramp it up in there. And on the website, I'm going to go ahead and, as we go, every day, I'm going to download, once my broker issues the daily statements for that day, I'm going to go ahead and, post them on the website. I'm going to probably do a live stream as well, logging into a broker and downloading that, taking that information out, the statement. And then I'll post that too. The thing about the small account challenge, you can't really use a US broker for that. So I cannot use Interactive Broker for that. If I put $1,000 in one of the Interactive Broker accounts for day trading, I will never be able to make that account go anywhere because I wouldn't be able to use margin, right? So I'll have to somehow break down that $1,000. Let's say I want to take 10 trades in a day. I'll have to break it down to $100 per trade. So I'm limited to 10 trades in one day. And then out of those $100, I have to make sure that each trade doesn't go against me no more than $10. You understand? And even then, if 10 trades go against me, that means I'm out $100. Out of a $1,000 account, that's a huge, huge amount of loss. Okay? So it's more like dollars, $2 at the most to be able to manage it. So you can't use a US broker for that. So what I did is I opened a broker from abroad that has higher leverage, six time leverage. And you don't need I'm sorry, let me get some water. You don't need the PDT $25,000 rule, right? That only applies to US brokers here in the US. So I opened that account. We're gonna use that for a small account challenge. It has doesn't have to follow the PDT rule because it's not subject to that. But it does have 6 times the ability, the margin of 6 times. So the $1,000 account is literally just, it's gonna have the buying power of $6,000, right? So the first day I'm gonna aim for just $150, $200. That's it. I'm not gonna trade more than that. Makes $200, we're done. Because $200 the following day means I have $1,200 more to buy. And then we do the same thing the following day. And that's another $200, that's another $1,200 in margin to be able to buy. That means if I do that for 1 week, $200, and at the end of the week it's $1,000 extra, that means by the end of the week, the account will have an extra buying power of another $6,000. So we will literally in 1 week could turn the account to 100% gain. You understand? So the following week, then we will have $2,000 cash in the account with a $12,000 buying power. If we do that for 4 weeks, okay? I'm doing the math in my head as I'm talking to you. If we do that for 4 weeks, that's $4,000. So by the end of the first month, you have $24,000 in buying power with the margin, which is a big deal. In the US broker, without margin, $1,000 account, you could never make it to $24,000 in a month. You will have to take some ridiculous risk to even do that, which I'm not gonna do, okay? So the only way to really grow a small account is by using margin and leverage, and it has to be from a broker that is outside the US because, you can't have margin under $1,000 in the US. It has to be only cash. Okay, so we're gonna do that the first month. Then the second month, then we'll crank it up. Instead of $200, it'll be 400, and we just double it like that, and we'll continue doubling as much as we could every month, until we get to the goal. We'll see. It'll be fun. Now the $100, $150, $200 profit per day, with a $6,000 margin capital ability to buy, is doable. It's highly doable, right? Especially with low float stocks, right? But the main priority is controlling the risk. The harm that you could do to yourself with, or I could do to myself with, the margin level. So it will be fun. There could be days that there's some crazy stock moving, like it has been happening the past few days, where we might just quadruple the $200 profit or something like that. We'll see. I mean, we don't know, but I don't know. But the goal is just 100 to 150 the first month per day. If we're able to achieve that in the first month, then we're looking good for the second month and moving it forward. And we'll continue the account there until we could achieve at least 1/4 of the goal. I guess 250,000 or whatever. So we'll continue doing that. I don't mind using margin under the right circumstances with the right setup and the right risk. Especially the way I'm doing it, because I immediately, if I buy in and the market goes against, like the stock goes against me and I start losing, I'm out. My stop loss is literally not even 1%. It's just like a fraction of 1%. So, if I get in and it doesn't go in my favor, I just got in at the wrong time. I'll try again. What do you mean? Might be worth after hours buy? It's the thing about the after hours is is the volume. There's barely any. There's not compared to during the market sessions. I mean, that's high volume compared to what you have in market hours. And the mere fact that you are unable to use a stop loss, which is the safety net, the parachute to save you, not having that is super dangerous, because you allow, if you respect your stop loss, no matter what, you buy in and it hits your stop loss immediately, you respect it. You're not going to take it off. You know what I mean? Like you're going to respect the stop loss. Then, you should be able to protect your capital a little bit more. After market sessions, you don't have stop loss. So you have to mechanically do it yourself, right? And that's a tough thing to do when you're emotionally involved in whatever goes through your mind at the moment you're taking the trade. You have to be very disciplined. It has to be more like a habit. You know what I mean? Another reason why I'm taking it this way, setting daily goals of certain amounts and not think any more than that, is by doing that, okay? And I guess I'm doing it just to avoid taking the extra risk, but to show you that by using smaller amounts in the trades, you're you're less emotional about the whole situation. It's not the same when you have $500,000 being moved around, right? Being thrown around like if it's like nothing, right? So when you have a smaller account and smaller risk, a smaller money exposed, until you get exposed to the trade and the experience, you're less prone to be emotionally conflicted in making in doing the right decision that you need to do when the time comes. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna repeat myself again, guys. I don't sell anything. I don't do classes for trading. I don't think of doing it. I'm not gonna do that. I don't need to. I don't need to be doing any of that. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to expose my trades to. One of the main ideas I was thinking of doing this is like, I have personal friends that have asked me for many years about trading, and to help you to teach them and provide a way, because they understand that it's highly difficult. And I'm like, well, you know what? The PDT rule is about to change. So people could have accounts with $2,000 and get margin in the US pretty soon when it happens. I'm like, let me do a small account challenge, okay, to see if it can be done, right? And show people, if they were able to do it, what would be probably the most prudent way of doing it. So they don't go and take crazy risk, or at least show you the amount of risk that someone should take in a small account when you have margin. I mean, think about it. If the US finalizes the regulation, that means by the end of the year, you could be able to go to a broker here in the US, and instead of needing to have over $25,000, you could have margin with just $2,000 if that's the requirement they're going to put in place. The chances of you blowing that account, a $2,000 cash account, a margin account, means you have $8,000 buying power. The chances of you blowing that account, if you're not disciplined, if you're not trained, if you haven't done this for a long time, and I'm talking about years, if you haven't done that for a long time, the chances of you blowing that account are extremely high. It's almost certain, okay? You have to go through the process of learning it the right way and making sure that you make the right decisions when you have to make the right decisions. And I think because look, let's be honest, $2,000 is not that difficult for anybody in the US to get a hold of in a year, right? I mean, you can easily save the money and have $2,000, right? Within a year. If you're going to put that money in a margin account and you're going to try to use it because you want to make more money and you want to make your life different and you want to change things, but you haven't really been experienced in trading the financial market, and you really don't have a good foundational education in that sense, it's going to be extremely difficult. And there's a strong likelihood you're going to make big mistakes and you're going to lose that money, like almost instantaneously. So I was hoping that this small account challenge can expose the way I think or trade, and the way I will approach if I had to, start all over with a small account. And I think it will be a good journey, and it will expose it to people. So, for other people they can easily learn by seeing it. But I got to tell you, I do not sell any trading classes. I don't teach people to trade. I don't charge people for any courses. I don't do that. I just don't do that. I went to school to be a lawyer a long time ago. I had a career before. I retired from that. I don't do that. Okay. It's not happening. Okay. So I don't have any incentives other than showing you how I'm trading. Okay. I'm building the channel. Other than that, I have no incentive in your own personal, aspirations to be a day trading from the aspect of me charging you money for anything. I'm not doing that. I don't have Discord. I don't provide signals to people. I don't tell people what trade. I don't do any of that. First of all, I'm not licensed in the financial marketplace as an advisor or broker or anything like that. So, from my own legal experience and in education, I'm just not gonna subject myself to that. Okay, I'm not gonna expose myself. Okay, to be in a scenario where I have one-on-one relationship with people, teaching them something when I'm not even in the field as an expert, because I'm not. Okay, and I'm not your lawyer, so I'm not gonna even get into any legal topics. So it has nothing to do with anything in here. So that's why I just won't teach. By not teaching anybody, by not selling courses, by not doing anything that charges you money, I don't owe you anything. I don't have a fiduciary relationship to you. I don't need to be, like, do my thing. You want to see it, you see it. You don't want to see it, okay, don't see it. But it's not costing you a penny. I'm not asking you for money. I would never ask you for money. I don't need to ask you for money, okay? So my website, you could go see it. It's plain. It's just for posting the videos, posting the broker statements. Once I get them, they're going to be publicly available for the small account challenge. And you could, rest assured, from me, I'm not in the business of selling anything. I'm not a good salesperson, actually. I might not even be able to sell water to a fish. Imagine that. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I hope to see you guys then. Please smash that like if you can, so we could build the community even more and get more traders or people that want to learn to trade to come over here, or people that think they know how to trade so they could come and criticize me going forward. That'd be awesome. It's going to be interesting, but it's going to be very fun. But I wanted to be clear in that sense, okay? I don't have an underlying incentive or mission to somehow, hey, come to Frank, go to see Frank, he's going to teach you to trade. I'm not going to teach you to trade anything. Like, I'm not going to know you in a personal level. We're going to know each other through YouTube. I'm not going to, offer you a course that I don't sell. I don't do that, okay? So your money is safe with me because I'm not going to touch it. I don't want it. This is strictly me showing you how I do things, how I think about things when it comes to trading, what goes through my mind at times, how I view things about trading based on my own personal experience. And at no time, I have to be very clear, because I also have my own, career and stuff to protect. I want to make sure that I'm very clear that I am no financial advisor. I'm not going to advise you when it comes to your own personal financials or anything like that. That's not what I do. This is strictly showing you my trades, and be safe that I'm not going to, offer you any courses or have any underlying reasoning to somehow elicit any money from you or anything like that, because that's not what I'm doing, and that's not what I do. So whenever you come to my channel and you see whatever I have there showing you, it's just my own personal experience. Has nothing to do with, day trading, training, or courses or anything like that. I just don't do that. I don't think I could even teach anybody to day trade. Honestly, I got to tell you something. I don't think there's a course that you could pay that could teach you how to day trade. Some people are going to like, oh, Frank is crazy. Oh my God, there's plenty of courses that could teach you everything. No, they can't. No, they can't. Day trading is one of those unique skills that you have to learn yourself by banging your head against the trading platform for many years. There's no other way to learn it. I could sit here and explain to you everything about day trading. Look at the videos. I created these videos, 7-minute videos. I have a relative of mine that wants, to get into day trading. And I said, look, I'm going to make a bunch of videos. You could go through them. Hopefully you learn it, and good luck. The bottom line is you have to know the basics about what this place is with the whole trading thing. What is that? Like, most people don't even know. They see a chart, they see what they call candles, these little things moving, the numbers are moving, and they're like, oh, let me jump in and hope for the best to make some money. It's not that. That's gambling. That's just throwing money and hoping for the best. It's not that. Trading is very specific to try to make a profit from the small fluctuations of the price. Nothing else. Even if you make 15 cents per share, that's profit. Okay? But if you don't understand the foundational aspects of the marketplace, of the people involved behind the platforms, people involved behind the electronic connections to the marketplace, if you don't understand all that information and the basics of it, and I say it's more like the foundation of a house. Like, this is a foundation of the financial instruments being traded. If you don't understand any of that, you have no business day trading. Honestly, you don't. It's like, look, I'll tell you a little bit about me. Maybe I haven't really been open about me too much. I mean, I mentioned things here and there, but I mean, if I were to write a book about my career, what I have done in my life, like, you wouldn't believe it, right? I mean, you would be like, what? That guy's lying. No, I'm not. Okay. So, very young, I was in the military, right? Here in the US, I was in the military. And, I was crazy about it. I mean, I jump out of planes. That's crazy, right? So I did that for, quite a few years. And then I became a cop. I was a cop while I was going to school full time. So I went through school, right? And worked full time. Then I went to law school full time. And then, but the entire time, I've been trading. Okay, for many years. Not as intense as in the past 10 years. I'll say 10 years, 10, 12 years. Okay, 10 years around there. But definitely been trading for a long time. So I was like 20, 21, 22, I mean, back then we had dial-up, AOL. You got mail. Anyways, that's how old I am. It took many years of pouring money into the brokers to learn. Many years. Back then, there's no courses. I mean, I think there's one back then. It's not going to spend the money on that. There were no videos. There was no YouTube. There's none of that. Okay? One thing for sure they had Barnes and Nobles with plenty of books. Okay? And that's all you could have done back then, is just read books. And since I was a little kid, I was a nerd. I would read everything. I would read everything, electronics, anything, computer coding. I would read everything and anything. And I have read plenty of books. So my trading began, apart from buying my first computer ever in Korea, it began by reading a lot of books. I have went through so many books. Books written back in the early 1900s that they're still around. You could buy them. They're Amazon. They're cheap nowadays. But I bought a bunch of books. I read a bunch of books. I went through everything. I think I know the life of all those famous traders from back in the early 1900s. I know all of it because I read it. And by reading all that information, I understood one thing, and one thing only. The most important thing is the tape and the level 2 data. And I understand the foundation why it's so important. Okay? Nowadays, everything's electronically. The marketplace is in front of you on a computer monitor. The buyers and sellers are no longer in a big old room yelling at each other about the price that they want to agree to. It's just little numbers moving in the level 2. And now your brokers, right? Because I mean, people don't see it in the bigger picture of things. I mean, think about it. You think your broker cares about you making money or making a profit in day trading? They don't care. They just want you to have an account and put money in it and go and get addicted to trading so you could pay commission to them. But if you have and you'll be like, oh, Frank, but my broker doesn't charge commission. I trade for free, Frank. I'm like, yeah, you're not trading, you're losing, right? Because if you have a commission-free broker, well, I got news for you. Your information, your trading information and the data from other traders is being routed through a third party, okay? Order flow, third party. So the broker could make money by selling that data. You think your data is going to make it to the marketplace fast enough? No. You're going to try to sell orders. You're going to hear 10 seconds and say, order fail. You're late to the party. Okay? They're taking the money somehow. They're going to either take it from you as commission or they're going to take it by having some third party paying them for your information when it comes to trades. But who's the affected one? You're the trader, right? I mean, you're not paying it. You're like, oh, Frank, I got free commission. No, your broker's going to make the money. They're not doing it for free, man. Brokers are not doing this for free. Everybody's going to make money. You just have to understand how they're making their money. So if you're the trader and you already have a commission-free broker, you're already in a bad position, right? Because you're in a disadvantage. Your data is being routed through a third party and then it goes to the market. That means that there's this clearinghouse or this third party that sees everybody's data from commission-free brokers. And guess who's behind those terminals looking at that information? The people that pay the commission. Yep. And they see those trades in real time, a split of a second, and that's enough for them to have an edge. So who's losing? You are. So understanding the basics allows you to have the information to make the right decision for yourself that's going to, protect yourself somehow. So I always been a firm believer that if you don't know the foundation of what you're doing, what makes you think you're going to become good at it? You will never do it. Okay? So why I told you a little bit about my background is because think about it. In order to be a lawyer, you have to go through law school. But in order to be able to go to law school, you have to go through a university for 4 years and learn all this nonsense. And people are like, oh, you don't need a college degree. No, you're right. You don't need a college degree. But it's a requirement to do something else as a career, right? So I didn't want to get a 4-year degree, but I had to get that if I wanted to get to law school. Oh, Frank, but you don't have to go to law school. It's like, yeah, but I want to get the job that pays me more. I don't want to be a cop forever. Why would I want to be a cop making 70 or 80,000? If I could just study a few more years and do something else that pays more. So the whole point behind this story is there's always a condition that has to be met to achieve something else in life. So for you to go and become a lawyer, you got to go through law school, and that's $250,000 in the hole, easy. Okay? But for you to get to law school, you have to go through a university for 4 years and study that nonsense for 4 years. Trust me, it was boring. Okay? You think you want to become a day trader, become a trader and make a lot of money? You think somehow you're going to just from one day to the next, you're going to bypass all the education, you're going to bypass everything, all the sacrifice, all the hard work. You're going to bypass all that and become profitable out of the blue? Somebody that does it within 6 months? I don't care how smart you are. Really? If there's one thing about day trading is that you need years of experience of the market smacking you around. You need the market to smack the crap out of you every day for a long time, years. So, so to be a lawyer, I had to go through school for 7 years after undergraduate and graduate, right? That's not even counting the first 12 years everybody goes to school for. But I mean, You want to become a medical doctor? I mean, what do you have to do for become a medical doctor? I mean, and I forgot. I mean, just because you go to undergrad and you get a degree in 4-year university, you just don't get to go to law school. I mean, you're competing with 18,000 people every year to get into a law school spot. That means you have to take this exam, the LSAT, and score high enough for you to get accepted to some law school somewhere in the country. Okay? So you're already competing just before you even could think of getting into law school, right? So and even then, being a lawyer, like that doesn't pay as much as day traders. I mean, professional traders or people making, the real trained traders. So what makes you think you could just do this from one day to the next? I mean, yeah, that's foolish, right? You can't do that. You need the experience. So to become a medical doctor, same thing. 4-year degree, mainly in biology and chemistry and all the sciences like that. Then you get the medical entrance exam. And if you're lucky enough, if you're good enough to score high, then you might be lucky enough to get a spot in some medical school somewhere in the country. If not, you're going to have to go abroad. And then after studying for another 4 years in medical school, then you have residency. And then maybe you'll be a practicing physician, doctor. Yeah. You think you'll be a doctor? Just wake up one day and, I'm going to be a doctor now? No. It's hard work. Dentist, same thing. Pharmacist, same thing. Not as long, but still, you have conditions that have to be met before you could even do it. Okay? Now, day trading or being a trader for that matter, swing trader, whatever, being in the investment financial area, I think it's one of the most profitable and lucrative careers you could have. But the problem is one thing, okay? Now, think about this. At least if you live in the US, think about this. In high school, they don't teach you anything about finances relating to the stock as in detail as you would need to know. They don't teach you any of that. As a matter of fact, I think your parents probably, while they were raising you, they were telling you, you just gotta go to college, get a good job, enjoy your life. Nobody tells you anything about how to balance a checkbook. Nobody tells you anything about what the stock market really involves or the trading aspect. Nobody tells you that. As a matter of fact, growing up, they always tell you, protect your money, save your money, and do this and that. And all those things over time are ingrained in you. And then when you want to become a day trader, you take this crazy risk. You think you're going to make it? No, of course not. You're not going to make it. There's a very slim likelihood you will make it as a day trader. Because it takes so long for you to be able to learn it. And you have to start with the foundation, the basics. You have to understand the basics. Without the basics, you're not going to go anywhere. I don't care what courses you take. There are some people that are smart, and they're able to grasp it within a couple of years. That's fine. But it's not going to be without headaches and sacrifice. Guarantee you that. There's a reason why the biggest day trading proprietary firms, the biggest ones in the United States, they only hire people from elite universities. They might hire a few people out of it, whatever, but that's the exception, not the rule, right? You want to go to get one of those jobs in the big banks and big proprietary firms? Well, you better be graduating from one of those top universities and not have already had a different career before, because they'll look at you like, oh, you're already wired. Your mind is already wired in a certain way. It will be very difficult to train you as a trader, right? And even then, you get hired by those. Let's say you're 22 years old, you're graduating from Yale or Harvard or whatever, and you get a job as a trader, one of those big banks. They're still gonna train you for a year, 2 years. You're not gonna touch any capital. You're gonna be subjected to 40, 60 hours. You're gonna sleep, eat, breathe, day trading for 2 years before you even allowed to trade $30,000. And even then, they're gonna still drill you for a few more years until you become profitable. That's sacrifice. That's hardcore training. That's not I wake up whenever I want. I turn the computer on in the middle of the beach, and I'm making money, and that's it. I'm enjoying my. Come on, man, be realistic. It's not that easy. Extremely difficult. Okay, I think I went on a rant here, but my point is to show you that it's gonna take everything out of you. It's gonna take. I mean, yeah, everything, like everything. I remember my law school days. I mean, I remember going days without even sleeping, just for just studying nonstop, because I had a full-time job and was doing that at the same time. I think trading is even worse than that, because your money is involved. You know, so unless you have a good job, a good career, you make decent money that you could put money aside and use that for training purposes. Just look at it as tuition. You're paying tuition. That's your university. You're in trading university, okay? And for the next 4 years, you're gonna pay private university tuition every 4 months, okay? So get $20,000 every 4 months into your trading account and knock yourself out accumulating hours in the market trading every day. Do it every day for 4 years. Almost full-time, almost. If you have a full-time job, you're gonna have to manage somehow, work midnight or, or do Forex, and then you do your regular job during the day, then do the Forex at night. But be exposed to that with your own money over a long time. And the market every day is gonna smack you. It's gonna smack you across the face so hard, man. You'll be like, wow, that hurts. Unto the moment that the smack causes a tooth to fly out, you're not gonna learn. You're not gonna learn. You have to go through the dentist several times for you to get it. Once you go through the dentist and you get an implant, because the market smacked you so hard that your tooth flew out, then you might start getting it. Oh, yes, I have to respect my stop loss. Yes. Yeah, whatever goes through here and I'm thinking, that's not it. Okay? So my point of the story is that it takes a long time to do it the right way. It takes a lot of experience. It takes a lot of cash. Oh, Frank, but I want to do a SIM account. You know what? SIM accounts for me is when I get a new platform, which I will not get a new platform. I have used that Trader Pro since I think they came out. But if I were to get a new trading platform, I think I will use a SIM account maybe for about a week, just so I could get accustomed to the trading platform, the hotkeys, how everything works, so I could be ready to use it with regular cap. That is the only way I use a SIM is for that. Okay, a simulated account, whatever, is for that. Not for real trading, because it's not going to teach you anything in what you really need to work on, which is being smacked. You have to get smacked. Honestly, I think it's the only career where, well, hold on. Let me think about. In the military, you get into hand-to-hand combat with people. So, I mean, they're your friends, but you get the little, you spend like 2 days just fighting each other. That's fine, no big deal. But you have protective things, so it's good. Then the police academy, I think you do that too, for like a few days, right? Maybe 4 or 5 days. You grab people, you knock them down, but they're your friends too, so you have protective gears. Not the financial market. The financial market will actually grab you and will smack the crap out of you. Not even like a friend would do. No. It will be a full-blown smack on your face. Okay? Until you go through that many, many times so you could learn the hard way, you're not going to make it. That's the bottom truth. That's the reality. So if you see anybody telling you, oh, I put $100, I made $1 million. I made $1 million. I've never been exposed to this. I just learned yesterday in some class online. I mean, come on, man, please. Please, really? Like, who you bamboozling, man? Really? Doesn't happen. Doesn't work like that. The only one's going to teach you is the market. The market is going to teach you. It's going to give you one-on-one day trading opportunity. That is, day trading university is the market. You got to give the tuition to the day trading university, the marketplace. You give them the tuition, and it's going to teach you every day. It's going to smack you until you learn the hard way. It is the only profession you're going to learn the hard way. Every other profession is mainly books and testing and then hands-on, a little bit here, a little bit there, and that's it, you know? But not trading. Trading is going to teach you one-on-one from day one. You put money in the broker account, you log in, oh my God, you're so excited, 9:30, oh my God, oh my God, oh yes, oh. What? My account is zero? What just happened? Yeah. Well, lesson 1, you got that covered. Next day, whenever you put more money into that account, it's going to be lesson 2. It's going to teach you a few more things. Okay? Until you become so humble that you look at the market, it's like you log in, 9:30 comes up, you log in, boom, boom. There's nothing here. All right. It's boring. There's nothing moving. Yeah. What's going on here? Yeah. Lunch? Okay. Come back. Oh, this one's looking good. Let me see. Yeah, this might be it. Let me go in. Stop loss in place. Boom. It doesn't hit your stop loss. Then you're like, oh, okay. Interesting. Good. Oh, it's profits? Okay, let me just add a few more. Tiny size, of course. Oh, it continues to move. Let me add some more. Oh, wait. Is that a red candle? Okay, I'm out. Okay, bye. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. That's how it works. Once you become trained and you've been through the experiences, you've been through day trading university, that's exactly how it's going to work. You don't care. It's not a big deal. Your blood pressure doesn't even move. Doesn't rise or go low. It doesn't matter. Your heart rate stays the same. Test it out. If you're beginning day trading, grab one of those heart rate monitors, put them yourself, like they do with the lie detectors, right? You go and take the lie detector test, they strap you up, they put the blood, measuring pump thing, whatever, blood pressure pump, and you sit there for 4 hours and they're asking you all kinds of questions about you and your background, your family, what you've done. It's the same way. Strap yourself with all that. Monitor yourself when 9:30 market opens and look at the numbers. Just look at the numbers and you're going to see it. You're going to see how you are acting and reacting to the movement of the stock when your money is in it. Go ahead, put in your crazy bet of 100% your account value. If you have a $5,000 account and you put $5,000 at once, okay, go ahead, do it. If you're crazy enough to do that, attach the monitors, look at the numbers in real time while you are in the trade, and you're gonna see your body reacting in a way that you didn't even know it would have been capable of. Just by looking at the heart rate and the blood pressure. You're not gonna be able to day trade until you attach those monitors in front of the computer. You start trading and the numbers do not change. Think about that. The biological aspect of your body not being altered by you seeing your money going up and down in the marketplace. Until you can control that to that point, you're not going to be profitable. That's the truth. Or maybe a psychopath that can control every biological movement or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like most people, it takes them training. It takes them years of training to adapt your body, to adapt yourself, to not be responsive to what you see in front of you. The fight and flight syndrome. Until you can manage that 100% with certainty as to the result and the outcome, you're not going to make it. That's the bottom truth. That's the bottom line. You don't believe me? Okay, try it. You'll see. You're going to struggle. The market is going to take your life. The financial life, not physical life, obviously. It's a computer. Unless it catches fire, some blows up. But no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the financial aspect of you being a day trader, right? What is taking your life as a financial day trader, meaning losing all your money, right? So, I mean, it is so risky. I mean, think about it. I mean, most people don't make it. Look, my law school class, I think it was 120 something people when we first went in. I think when the first semester was over, I think we dropped like 50 right off the bat, like boom, they were gone. Like we never saw those people again. The second semester, more people stayed. By the third year, we graduating, whatever, I think only like 50 people graduated. So even a legal career or medical school might be similar, or a little bit more, difficult, but there's like a 50 or 40% chance you might make it. I mean, think about that. You go to school, undergrad, you have in your mind your goal of becoming a lawyer one day, or a medical doctor, or a dentist, whatever. There's a 40% chance you're going to make it. There's a 60% chance you're not going to make it. The bottom line is you might end up in some job that you're going to hate forever. Okay? There's a 40% chance that you're going to make it. And if you do make it, then okay, fine. You did it. Day trading, there's a 92% chance you're going to fail. Now think about that. Even professional careers, doctors, dentists, lawyers, I know pharmacists have a doctor's degree, but they don't go to school for 7 years, 8 years. They go to school for, I think it's just 5 years, right? It's 4 years undergrad and 2 years pharmacy schools, 6 years. It's a little bit different. And if you get into chiropractic medicine, that's even less. I mean, that's like, you don't even need a bachelor's degree for that. I mean, you could just get a chiropractor's degree. It's a doctor's degree, but it's a stretch. Anyways, getting back to the topic, none of all those degrees, there's a good 40% chance you're going to make it. When it comes to probability, it's not going to be more likely than not you're going to make it. No, it's going to be, it's less likely you're going to make it, but you can still make it. It's 40% chance you're going to make it. There's an 8% chance you're going to make it as a day trader. Why is that? There's no professional university for that. There's no standardized exam across the entire country or world that says you have to take this exam to become a day trader, and somehow it's going to test you becoming a successful day trader. There's no such thing. It's garbage. It doesn't exist. There's no university program that you could log in and you could enroll and pay tuition and say, yes, we're going to make you a profit. We're going to teach you everything about being a trader. By the time you finish here, 3 years after your undergrad degree, you're going to become a doctor of day trading and you're going to become a day trader. No, doesn't exist. So let's go back real quick. To be in a profession that takes at least 7 years to study, there's a 40% chance that by the last year, you might make it. Because then you have license exams and all that crap. So there's a 40% chance that you might make it after 7 years of going to school, after high school, after you turn 18, or if you graduated before 18, whatever. Maybe, if you're a nerd like me, maybe. But my point being is, it's going to take 7 years of education of your adulthood life to have, at the end, a 40% chance of you making it in that career. But when it comes to day trading, there's no formal education from any university at all for that. There's no license, there's no standard exam, there's nothing. Yet, to become a day trader, a successful day trader, there's only an 8% chance of you making it. What do you think of that? You like the likelihoods of that happening? It's pretty slim chance you're going to make it as a day trader. Okay? Now, you're smart enough. Ask yourself, why? Why? There's no formal education. There's no testing. You don't even have to like go to college at all to be a day trader. And yet, it's the only career that you have an 8% chance of making it. You wonder why? Because a human mind is not designed for that. We are not designed for day trading. If it's something that is not taught to you since you're like 6 years old. If your parents teach you, and your parents were successful traders, if your parents taught you since you were teaching you since you were 6 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, they started teaching you about trading the markets. And that's all you did your entire childhood growing up. By the time you turn 18, you're the master day trader of all times. You will make the 8%. But who goes through that? What? 1, 2 people, maybe, in the whole country? I mean, who goes through that? Are you teaching your kids that? I mean, do you even know how to do it? I mean, are you successful enough where you're teaching your kids to do it? No. That's why you're watching this video, or you're watching the live stream. So what makes you think you're going to be able to make the 8%? If you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the foundational education about it, you don't even understand what it is, you don't want to open the book and read it. I try to read a book a day. Lately, it's been more like a book every 3-4 days because I just have so many things going on. But I have had that habit since I was like 7 years old. I learned how to read from dense, complex material. I enjoy reading. That's fine. When it comes to day trading, if you don't understand the basics, if you don't know the basics, if you don't know specifics about the marketplace, how even it became what it is now, and you don't understand the foundational forces behind it, you're just gambling. You're hoping. You're hoping you're gonna make it. It's extremely hard, people. It's 8% people only can make it. So, what are you gonna do about it? You're gonna pay some course. You're gonna go, oh, I know what you're gonna do. Yeah. Hey, go to this proprietary firm, you pay them a fee. They give you a platform, evaluation platform, you pay them money. Think about that first. Pay them money to give you an evaluation to see if you know how to trade. And then they give you these ridiculous rules that, it's like, really? Like, really? Like, you're not flexible at all? Because in real life, you have to be flexible. In real day trading life, there's certain things you must be flexible. Not when it comes to risk management, of course, but everything else, yeah. Because who are the traders? The traders are humans. Every trader there, buyer or seller, is a human. Even if it's done through a computer, it's programmed through a human. So it's human emotions you're dealing with. And you have to be flexible when it comes to that. You have to make the quick split decision. The fight and flight syndrome. That's what happens when you're very scared for your life. Everything slows down in your brain for you to make the right decision to protect your life. That's really what it comes down to. And unless you've been exposed to that over and over and over, in police work, we used to call it the pocket factor. Okay, I don't want to get into what it means really, but you get the point, right? When you're facing fear so extreme, a fear that is so extreme that your pocket factor starts contracting, the pocket factor, right? You go and do number 2, that area. When you're facing the fear in real life, that your life is at risk and the pocket factor starts squeezing, it's an involuntary movement in your body when you are facing the fight or flight syndrome. You have to make the decision, do I run or do I fight to death? When you have to make that decision in real time, in real life, your entire body chemicals changes. Adrenaline spikes up, your pocket factor squeezes, your brain starts analyzing everything in slow motion, even though it's immediate and fast. for you to make the right decision to save your life. You know, there are few careers that get subjected to that. One of them is the military. Military teaches you that, and you're subjected to that when you get deployed to combat and you're exposed to fighting where your life could be taken at any second. Those guys and gals are subjected to the fight and flight syndrome all the time in combat zone. And trust me, through training and experience, they know what they have to do. Fight or run, okay? Police work is one of the few careers that you are subjected to that at all times. Fight or flight. Either you fight for your life or you run for your life. You have to make that decision. The same thing happens in the financial marketplace. You see the stock movement and you either fight or flight. The correct answer in the stock marketplace when you are day trading is to fly out of there with your freaking money. That means respecting the stop losses. That means keeping your capital and ensuring that you don't risk more than what you need to risk for yourself to stay solvent, to stay, to keep your money. So for you to learn that, it's going to take so many times of the market putting you in the situation of the fight and flight syndrome, and you actually dying financially right there. You have to go through like a bunch of death, financial death, because your fight and flight syndrome is telling you to fight instead of flying. You have to fly. You got to fly away like a bird because it's the only way you can protect your money. Okay? If you fight the market, there is 100% certainty you're going to lose the fight. You're going to die. It's financial death. It's ruin. Fortunes have been lost in the market because the fight and flight syndrome tells them to fight. Don't be an idiot. There's no fight in the market. It's a huge army. You cannot fight a huge army by yourself. You have to run, find cover, dig a hole somewhere and hide and conceal yourself so it doesn't see you. I'm giving you examples from the military and stuff, but you get the picture. In real life situation, when you encounter the fight and flight syndrome, your body, your brain is going to automatically tell you what is your best avenue to take based on what you see in real life. So I'm going to give you an example in police work. Let's say, yes, I've been shot at, I've been stabbed, I get all that, yeah. Okay. Hypothetically, let's say I'm in some situation where somebody pulls a weapon on me. And I immediately, yes, pocket factor, that thing is squeezing down there. Number two, squeezing. Start sweating bullets without even seeing the sweat. My brain automatically would determine I have to immediate. I mean, it's not even like, I don't even think about it. Immediately my gun is out. If somebody's aiming a gun at me, immediately my gun is out. And that's my brain telling me, you have to fight this one out. It's either that person or you, somebody's dying. If somebody's aiming a gun at you, only two things could happen. Either it de-escalates or it ends right there for somebody, okay? That's the bottom line. That's every day. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Either both people decide to put the gun down or someone is gonna put the other person down. It's the only way it's gonna end up because your brain is telling you, is fight. There's no flying here. This is straight up fight. Now, if you have somebody with a knife and they're like 30 feet away from you, well, your brain is not too sure what to do. It might say, you know what? Maybe we could run on this one. Or maybe we could just fight this one out. It depends what happens next. But the whole thing about the example is through life as an adult, you're going to experience very fearful scenarios where your brain is going to tell you the right thing for you to save your life. It's going to tell you to fight or flight. But in the financial marketplace, your brain is going to tell you to fight. It's going to tell you fight. And that's the wrong answer. The right answer is flight. Run. Take your money. Respect the stop losses. Do not overtrade. Do not take unnecessary risk, because the whole goal is protecting your money, not losing your money. If you were to fight, that means you're going to stay in the trade, even if it goes against you because you're fighting it. Oh, I'm stronger than the market. I'm going to make it. I'm going to survive. No, you're not. Market always wins. And that's what you're not respecting. And that's what the brain doesn't know. The brain does not know. The brain does not know that the market, what you see in the chart and the level 2, is millions and millions of humans basing a decision to buy or sell a stock based on their own internal reasonings, nothing to do with you or your brain. Look, the example I gave you, the guy with a gun, or the person with the knife, or the person with the gun, that is personal. That's 101. That aiming the gun at you, you either fight or flight. Your brain is going to tell you got to fight this one out if you have a weapon. If you don't have a weapon, somehow you got to fight this one because you're going to die. Especially if they're aiming the gun at you. There's a strong likelihood you're going to get killed. Okay? It's not, your brain knows that. The brain sees it. The fight and flight syndrome kicks in. Your adrenaline rises through the roof. Your heart rate increases maximum capacity almost. Your pocket factor, when number 2 comes out, your pocket factor squeezes the crap out of the body. Your entire biological system changes, getting you ready for the fight. Because you're either going to fight or that's it. Your brain knows it's not going to make it anywhere else. Same thing with the knife, right? The hypothetical about the knife, somebody pulls a knife, your brain's going to be, well, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. It doesn't know whether to fight or flight, It depends on the distance of the knife, right? So in the marketplace, in the financial marketplace, your brain doesn't know the threat that it sees. Oh, Frank, well, how does my brain knows the threat? Dude, the brain sees the shark through your eyes. Your eyes, one of your 5 senses, sees the shark, sees the money going against you, sees you losing money. It tells your brain, crap, fight or flight. What do you think? Slow everything down. Let's slow everything down, slow motion in your brain. Let's spike up, let's spike up the heart rate. Let's spike up the adrenaline, dopamine. Let's spike up the blood pressure, because the brain needs all those chemicals to make the right decision in real time to save your life. The brain doesn't know that the right way to save your life in the financial marketplace is always to run. Your brain is going to tell you, this is similar to the guy with the gun. Pull the gun, fight unto death. Death in the financial marketplace is having no money left. You understand that? Death in the financial marketplace is having no money. I have to repeat it over and over and over so you get it. You cannot allow your brain's response to your fear that you see in front of you, which is the fight or flight syndrome, to take control and dictate for you to do something that is against what you must do. Because you know that selling the stock, it is the only thing that you must do to save your financial life. Because if you don't sell it, boy, I will say it's almost with certainty you're going to lose all the money. Oh, but I could hold them. Yeah, you could hold it for the next 10 years. Good luck. Maybe it goes up. Hey, listen, if it's not money that you need, then fine, whatever, right? Because if you only follow your plan, you follow certain risk requirements, you ensure that you don't trade more than like 1% or 10 or 2% of your account, or you don't lose more than that in a stop loss. Even if the stock goes against you and your brain tells you, hey, fight, and you're dumb enough to say, okay, I'm going to fight. I'm not going to get out. I want to see my money decline. Yeah, why not? Well, hopefully it's just 1 or 2% of your account, maybe 10% of your account. 20% at most. And you know what? You could deal without the money for the next 10 years. Yeah, there's some likelihood it might go up. There's also likelihood that it goes to zero. But, it's a small percentage of your account. You understand? It's not huge. But if you're crazy enough to go there and put your entire capital in your account plus margin, and that thing goes negative against you, and you're like, fight. Well, the financial market cemetery is going to bury you. Okay? That's exactly what's going to happen. So sorry I went on the rant here, but I just wanted to be clear about the probabilities of making it as a day trader for anybody who's starting out, for anybody that doesn't have the willpower to become educated in the field, as to everybody involved. And you just have to go through it. You just have to go through it and learn how to deal with the fight and flight syndrome when you see the threat in the marketplace. Because your brain doesn't know what it is. It knows that there's danger. It just doesn't know to give you the right response that you need. And until you train yourself to do that, you're not going to be able to handle it the right way. And I'll tell you something. In the military, at least the combat arms jobs, like infantry and stuff like that, they go through extensive training. I don't know if you know, but at least here in the US, the combat arms infantry people, they go through a basic training and a training that is longer than the average basic training for regular soldiers. Okay, it's longer. There's more things they have to be exposed to. And one thing they do in the military is they give you a lot of training to subject you to the fear. I don't know if anybody in the military could tell you. I mean, there's an infiltration course that you have to go through where they actually shoot bullets on top of you, above your head. If you get up, if you're stupid enough to get up, I mean, you're gonna die. But they do that, and they subject you to that so you can understand how to react when there's immediate death threat, right? Because then you know how to deal with the fight or flight syndrome, right? And you can make the right decision for yourself under those circumstances. Okay. Same thing they do in police work. I mean, they subject you to all kinds of training, and every year or whatever, you go through a specific training, the same scenarios. Somebody with a gun, somebody with a knife. You don't know what they're going to pull. You have to make a quick decision. That split-second decision could save your life. In the financial marketplace, the split-second decision you always have to make is running. There's no fighting. You're not going to win. It's an unwinnable battle in the financial marketplace. I mean, you fighting millions of humans making decisions that has nothing to do with you. So if you don't understand those basics, and we already went through the speech about there's no formal education for becoming a day trader, there's really no course. If hey, listen, I don't sell courses, but if you want to spend your time and money buying somebody's course that at the end of the day is not going to teach you anything, because until the market smacks you in the face, you're never going to learn. It's on you. I mean, it's on you. You want to be one of the top 8%? You want to make it as a profitable day trader? Be smart. Start with a foundation. Learn everything as you go. And it takes time. Look, if to become a doctor is 7 or 8 years, become a lawyer 7 years, become a dentist is 6 years, a pharmacist 5 years, a chiropractor 4 years. I mean, all those professions takes a long time. And like I said earlier, there's a 40% chance you're going to make it. Day trading is only an 8% chance you might make it. Why wouldn't you spend the 7 years to study it and to practice it 101 with real money, little by little? You understand? The simulator accounts, your brain knows it's not real. You understand? Like you can't trick your brain. It's stupid. You can't just tell your brain, hey, that's real. No, your brain knows there's no immediate death. There's no threat. There's no money. So your brain, your biological, you don't believe me? Listen, try it. Try it out. Try it out. Come back to the video when it's posted and leave me a comment. Hey, Frank, you're full of, I bought the heart rate monitor. the blood pressure pump monitor, the heart rate monitor here. Okay. I went into day trading with real money. Okay. I put in max account value, all the capital you have, all the money you have in there. I put it into one trade. It went against me. And you know what? I fought it. I look at my sensors and everything was fine. The numbers didn't change. I'm going to be like, you're lying. You are lying. You're lying. Or you're a psychopath. I mean, one of them too, you know? The psychopath can control the entire biological measurements in the body, right? I mean, that's how bad they are. But unless you're that, you're lying. Or you have been trained long enough where whenever you see the threat, you already know the only solution is to fly, never fight. And since you made it a habit, like routine, like brushing your teeth, you know, taking a shower, that type of behavior, unless you reach that level, your monitors are not going to be like this. The numbers are not going to remain steady. I mean, you have to reach that level for those numbers to reach the level of, okay, this is nothing. And honestly, until you do that, until you're able, until you're capable of day trading with your money in real time, with all those monitors attached, and you're looking at the number, you're looking at the blood pressure, you're looking at everything, you could have somebody next to you, your wife, your spouse, your husband, whatever, your dog. I could train my dog. I mean, he could do it next to you, and they could take all the measurements and write them down while you're day trading in real time with real money and with a proper risk. I'm telling you, you're going to look at the numbers. You're going to be like, oh yeah, you know what? I reached a level where I could trade and my entire body doesn't change. My biological numbers do not change. My brain is not affected. I already know that the only solution under this threat of losing money is flight. Fly like an airplane, like a bird, whatever you want to call it. Flight, leave, sail. Or if you're shorting, cover, you know, that's really, it's going to come down to that point. But it doesn't happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a year. I don't care what course anybody tells. Listen, you could take anybody's course and you'll be out of $3,000, $5,000. And at the end of the day, you're going to learn jack. You're going to learn nothing that you couldn't learn on your own. First of all, I'm going to tell you something. All the rules about the financial marketplace by NASDAQ, Dow Jones, whatever, all those things are governed by the SEC, right? An independent governmental body, whatever. You could go to the website and they have all the rules there. You could read them. You could learn them. You could know exactly how they're governed, you know? So you would know that. You don't need somebody to tell you, this is the SEC. This is what a broker is. This is what, you don't need to pay somebody to tell you that. It's common knowledge. You could just Google it. You would know that, okay? What I'm talking about knowledge that you really have to learn is not that. That's like stupid, right? Because that's I know it's knowledge, right? By definition, it's knowledge, but straight up stupid because, I mean, most people would know that. And if you don't know that, you could just Google it and you would know that, right? So, and knowing what a platform is, I mean, that's pretty elementary, right? I mean, you don't need to know. You don't need a college degree to know what it is, right? A broker, I mean, come on. So the basic foundational information like that, you could find that from like the SEC. There are many books that have it. You could just read it. You don't have to pay someone $5,000 or $3,000 to learn those basic information, okay? Unless you want to be spoon-fed, I don't know what to tell you then. Maybe you shouldn't be in day trading because you have to have your ability to think independently of anybody else, okay? Not what somebody says, not what somebody does. You could see it, you could witness it, you could learn from it, but you do make your own calculations, you make your own decisions. You know, I mean, you're going to have a brain for nothing or you're going to have a brain to use it. I mean, if you're going to have a brain to use it, you have to make your own independent decision. You cannot rely on what somebody says. Somebody says something, you could make your own decision, put it to test. If it works for you, then fine. If not, then cool. Well, at least you did your own work Okay, so a lot of information these people give you when they're selling courses is just elementary, basic nonsense. Okay, if anybody comes to you and tells you, "Hey, you got to follow the moving average," it gets VWAP. I'm like, dude, like really? That information is historical. It's history. It's like looking at pictures from your birthday from like 20 years ago, 10 years, 2 years ago, whatever. It means nothing. It means nothing to what's about to happen in real time. So it's not even, I'm not gonna, well, I don't know what to say. If you really need a course that you have to pay somebody to do that, then fine. I mean, that's cool for you. I mean, hey, that's your money. I mean, But what I'm telling you is that information is available everywhere. You don't need to pay somebody to get information that you already know. Oh, because they have their own strategy. I'm going to tell you something, and I have a video about that. The best strategy for day trading is illegal. The best strategy ever. The best strategy, I mean, the government is not stupid. They thought about that a long time ago, right? The best strategy to make money in the financial marketplace is inside trading. I mean, come on, it's obvious. If you tell me company A is gonna disclose information tomorrow, it's gonna spike, there's a strong likelihood it's gonna cause the stock to go up, guess what I'm gonna do the day before? I'm gonna buy a crap lot of them, right? That's inside information. The problem is that's illegal. You can't do it. People will go to jail, right? You can't do it. There's a reason why it's illegal, right? Because it gives the trader an unfair advantage above every other trader, right? That's unlawful. You can't do that. And that is the only best strategy that exists. Everything else is crap. Oh, but it breaks out of the range. It breaks. Come on. Really? Really? Do you even understand what that is? Look, I have the platform open. You see the little candle here to the right? Okay? Everything that you see there already happened. It's the past. It means nothing. It absolutely means nothing. No moving average, no VWAP, no candle will tell you what's about to happen in 2 seconds. It can't. You have to understand that information is just historical. It's history. It's a record. Look at it from this perspective. Imagine that since you were a little kid, your parents, as you were growing up, one of your parents or sibling or let's go there. Your dog, you teach them how to use a pen. Since you were, a toddler, it tells you to stand by the wall near the kitchen, and every 6 months it's going to measure your height. You're going to measure your height, and you do that for 18 years. And one day you're going to come back as an adult. You're going to look at it like, if you're still in the same house with the same kitchen and the markings are still there, you're going to see it and be like, oh my God, look. It's a record of my height for the past 18 years. Does that predict that next month you're going to have one of those heights again? It's foolish, right? Of course not. We don't grow back down, right? So financial marketplace, the same thing. Everything you see to the left on the chart, everything you see on the chart, everything, well, it's a record of something that already happened between buyers and sellers that you would never know. And of records of transactions involving price, value, and volume levels that will never happen identically the same ever again. It will never happen. So what makes you think it's going to help you? How is that going to help you? None of that information is going to happen again the same way. Now, if you tell me, oh, Frank, look, if you look at the daily or the monthly or whatever chart, you see the chart right here in gray, this aftermarket. If you tell me that somehow the law requires every buyer and every seller that participated here exactly the same way, with the same amount of money, the same amount of value of volume, the same price level per share, they're going to meet up next week again. What day is today? Today's Tuesday, right? Wednesday. Yeah, I forgot the day. So Wednesday, I don't even keep track of that. Wednesday, they're gonna meet again next Wednesday at the same time, 4 o'clock, at the same stop. WLDS. This same chart is gonna be here next Wednesday at 4 o'clock. If there's a law requiring that, then yeah, I will rely on that information because next Wednesday comes around, I know exactly where I'm going to put my money. As a matter of fact, every trader will know exactly where to put the money. Guess what? It's not going to happen because if everybody puts the money the same way, well, market is going to go nowhere. You see, a market with the traders that all are aligned at the same level, it doesn't move. So it could never happen. It is physically impossible. It will never happen. So why do you care so much about history when it comes to the chart? Because you know, common sense tells you it's not going to happen ever again the same way, ever. For you to have an unfair edge, it's just, if that would give you an unfair advantage, the governments would allow it just like they did with inside trading. Think about it. You think the government wants anything out there that gives any trader an unfair advantage amongst all the traders? No, they're going to make it illegal, just like they did with inside trading. So if the chart, which is historical information, and the moving average are historical information, well, the government knows. And as a matter of fact, they tell companies, public companies, to always include in the prospectus or whatever documents they have to file with them that, you probably heard this before. Don't be surprised. You're going to hear again. Past action is not indicative of future action. Have you ever heard that before? Yes, you have, right? Whatever happened in the past does not indicate it's going to happen again in the future. In the stock market, since it includes millions of buyers, millions of money, millions of different price changes and volume, well, there's a strong likelihood, I would say 99.999%, it will never happen again. I would say even certainty, it will never happen again. So what's good? What's all this good for? I tried to answer that philosophical question. I got stupid over that one day, and I kept thinking about it, and I read a bunch of books about it, and I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense why those things exist nowadays. It didn't exist back in the 1700s, 1600, when people were trading all kinds of stuff. And it didn't even exist in the early 1900s, 18th century, and 19th century. But yet, for 200 something years, there were always traders trading everything, right? And they were making money on it. But it had nothing to do with charts. It had nothing to do with moving average. The only thing they dealt with was just what is the price and how many buyers and sellers are there right now in real time. That's all they care about. Then early 1900, 1901, 1902, whatever, or early 1800, whatever, the tape came about, right? And it's this little machine encrypting the stocks. Writing the stocks and the last price. And every 15 minutes, it would just go along, right? And that's all they use. They still make fortunes. They still make millions of dollars. They had no charts. They had no moving average. They had no, I don't even know the names of those things. What is Bollinger Bands, something? I don't deal with them. Oh, Frank, but you have them in your chart. Yeah, I have only the main ones. This is the 200 and this is the 20 and the 9. I know that for the past 200 minutes in the 1 minute chart, or the past 9 minutes, or in the past 20 minutes, what these other humans have decided their fair price for the stock was, and that's it. I just wanted to know the information so I could have an idea what the overall trend of the market is. And the other reason why I have it is the reality is that 70% of society is just not really too educated, and they're just gonna follow that. So, the smart people, the professional traders that, are well educated and very well trained, they understand that the majority of the population, 70% of the population, do not have formal education. Okay? They know they're gonna follow those things. So they know where to buy and sell based on that. They have an edge. That's their edge. They know exactly how people are going to react. Because out of 100 traders, we already know the probabilities, right? 92 chance you're not going to make it, 8% chance you're going to make it. So out of 100 traders, only about 8 will know what I'm talking to you right now. Do you think they want that disclosed? Of course not. They don't want to tell people that. You don't want to inform the public. You don't want to tell people. Because then they become good. With proper training, with experience, they become very good if they understand this basic information. And then they won't have an edge. So there's a reason why these things exist in your charts and in your platforms, and the brokers make it so easy for you to have all that information in front of you. First of all, you have to understand brokers make money on you. You know, it's a weird relationship, right? You open an account with them, you think they care about you because, you know, if you can't log in, they'll call them, hey, I need to log in. Oh, sure, we'll reset your password. Blah, blah, blah. You got in. Okay, yeah, they're helping me. Oh my God, they're my friends. Oh my God. No, they're not. That's a company that exists strictly to make money from you. It only exists to make money from you as a trader. How do they make money, Frank? I get commission free. They sell your data to a third party and they pay them. So they use you to get paid by somebody else. As a matter of fact, you read the agreement, it says it. Oh, but I pay commission, Frank. Well, there you go. There you have it. They're making money of you. They want you to trade a lot. They want you to look at those lines. They want you to love the studies, to follow that, to live your life by it so they can make more money, right? You're going to get into this cycle where you're going to be making trades so rigidly based on the technical information that has nothing to do with the current price action or the future. Nothing. But they want you to keep trading so you could pay more commission so they could make more money. So, are they your friends? Of course not. It's a business relationship. Give me a platform so I could access the market and I'll pay whatever commission I have to pay you and move on. They don't care about you, but they do want you to stay trading. So if you become a day trader so rigidly and so technical that you must always trade, if this line touches here, I must do this. If this goes here, I enter, I exit here, oh my God, you're doomed. You're done. Finish. You're going to become into this cycle you're going to become a depositor into the market. You're going to make daily deposits into the market. You're going to leave at least $10, $20 in the market. You're going to leave in the red. I'm going to take that money from you in the market because I'm not looking at that. So while everybody's looking at those technical lines and all that crap information from the past that means nothing going forward, some traders, the 8%, are taking your money because they know not to look at that so rigidly like you do. I mean, a lot of retail traders, they base their decisions in trading exactly because of this technical information. Oh my, if the 20 EMA goes above the 200, oh, I must enter in the huge candle. No, I must enter when there's confirmation coming down and it touches the VWAP and oh my God. It's not complicated. It's not that. It's confirmation. Confirmation. That is the funniest crap I ever hear. I can only trade when, it retests the most recent one. It retests the VWAP. It retests the moving average. Retest. Like, you honestly think the stock, which by the way has no brain, right? Because it's just a record of a price. I mean, think about it. It's just a number written in a piece of paper. You think a number written on a piece of paper cares what you're thinking about touching the VWAP or the moving average? That is stupid. That is the most stupid thing I hear. Look, honestly, if you believe that, yeah, find another career. Day trading is not for you. Because day trading is not based on whatever happened in the past. I mean, there's a reason why the companies tell you past investment actions are not indicative of future returns. They required to say it. And you still have dumb people saying, oh, yeah, no, past history is indicative of what's going to happen. No, man. If one thing you learn in college or whatever, if you take a history class, whatever, what you learn that the good thing about knowing history is to know what humans have been able and capable of doing in the past, good and bad. So you can make the right decision going forward, whether you want to be good or bad, or be along the side of people that make the good decisions or the bad decisions. That's it. But nothing tells you, oh, because Napoleon existed, there's going to be another Napoleon exactly like him, the same height, the same weight, in the same area, conquering the same army. I mean, are you kidding me? You can't be that stupid. So, you got to use your brain. History has nothing to do with what's going to happen in the price action a second from now. I gave the example the other day, and I think it's one of the best ways to do it. You know what to call a group of cats, a bunch of cats together in the same place? It's a clouder, right? But imagine a bunch of different firms and retail traders that have a bunch of cats near them. Okay? And the cats, they decide to walk on the keyboards all at the same time across the entire world. And what a coincidence that when they step on the keyboard, executes a buy or sell order. Can any moving average even predict that happening? No, of course not. Okay, so why are you so rigidly about it? Makes no sense. What about if there's a bomb goes off somewhere in the world immediately, and the entire financial marketplaces across the entire world is affected immediately? The moving average was able to tell you that? Did the VWAP say, hey, hold on, there's about to be a bomb go off in 10 minutes? Really? It said that? The 20 EMA told you that? 200 EMA send you an email about it? Alert, alert, alert. Bomb going off. Really? By the time you find out, the market's already crashed. It's done. Nobody's telling you anything. So that's why news, there's a whole different business of news to push market prices. And I'm not going to get into that now, but if you don't get the foundational aspect of it, I don't think you're going to get into the manipulating aspect of day trading. It's going to be like mind, numbing for you. I mean, take it step by step, learn the basics. You have to start from the foundation no matter what. If you want to do anything good in life, you have to be dedicated, sacrifice everything, okay? And you have to learn the basics so you could grow from there. There's no such thing as you're going to make lots of money overnight in the financial marketplace. No. I mean, you could if you have a lot of capital and you're well trained and you have been successful for a long time and you have allowed the experience of being smacked around for many years to adapt your brain to know that whenever you see a threat in the marketplace, the only response from you is to fly away. Never fight. But your brain doesn't know that. Your brain is disconnected when it comes to that. It doesn't see what the financial marketplace is. It just sees a threat of you losing money, Then you have this ego telling you, oh, no, keep it. But, and then you have your undisciplined self. You're not disciplined. And you're saying to yourself, I want to make more money. So I'm going to put a lot of money in there. I'm going to put a lot of risk. Yeah, it's a recipe for a disaster, a financial disaster, financial suicide, financial death. You're going to go straight to day trading cemetery. Why? Because you're not thinking. You're being emotional. You're thinking of greed. You're talking fear. You're letting your emotions get to you. You have to work on that. Discipline yourself first. First of all, you know what? I'm going to give you an example. I hope it could probably help you. And you could reach out to me and tell me if it doesn't help you or not. I think most people nowadays have one of those iPhone things or Samsung, whatever it is. Okay, a cell phone, smartphone. I don't know how smart because they're just computer chips, but and the computer chips are just switches, right? Like a light switch. Oh, that's it. That's all it is. So they don't have a brain in there. It's just a computer chip, right? So you probably have one. Most people have one. Okay. I have one for emergencies, but I have one. Uh, my phone, you could call me unless it's an emergency or something like that. It's not gonna ring. If it's not like immediate family, it's not. I'm not gonna hear it. I'll see it at the end of the day. I'll take a look at it and say, "Oh, tomorrow morning I'll deal with this." And that's it. If you send me a message or anything like that on my phone, I mean, if you have my phone, I mean, you're at a different level. But if you're able to send me a message, and you're not within the emergency aspect of my life list, I would not even know you sent me a message. You understand that? Like, my phone would not make a noise, would not show any little red number. It would show nothing. I physically have to go into my phone, open my messages to see if I have messages. You know why I do that? For many years, I don't allow the phone to dictate my life. Okay? The same way I don't allow the marketplace to dictate that I have to sell if the stock goes against me. Or that if I enter a trade and it immediately goes against me, I have to get out. I don't allow it to dictate my life. I don't allow my brain to dictate in the financial marketplace whether I have to fight or flight, when I know that the answer with 100% certainty is always to leave, to flight. Okay? It's not a real threat. Because by leaving, I save my financial life. You understand that? Stop loss saves me immediately, and I respect it. I will say, thank you, stop loss. You saved my life. You're the best. You're my buddy. You understand? I'm not fighting it. I know the only answer is to leave. But your brain doesn't know that. You have to train it to do that. And to be able to train your brain to do that, you have to start with the basics. You have to start with the basics of making yourself happy by teaching your brain that no damn phone, I don't care how smart people think it is, how capable it is of accessing pictures and internet. I remember in the 90s, that didn't exist, but I'm digressing. Unless you're able to teach your brain that your phone cannot control your life, that people out there, it's not your wife or your spouse or your husband, whatever, or your kids or sibling or your mom and dad. I mean, apart from that, and close, family, friends, type of thing, like an emergency basis. Apart from that, if you allow the iPhone or the Samsung, whatever it's called, I don't know the names of all the phones, but you get the point, the smartphone. If you allow the most stupid electronic device that exists, because it's so simple, it's just computer chips. If you allow that thing to dictate every minute of your life for the whole day, you're in trouble. And that's where you start. If you're able to control that aspect with your brain, if you're able to wire your brain in a way that says, you know what? I'm not going to allow anybody to interfere with my everyday life things that I have to do by sending me messages. Even if they do it, I'm not going to even pay attention to it until I have the time to pay attention to it. In other words, you control your own time. You control everything. If you're able to control that with your brain, you're able to control all that. You don't give in to the impulses of opening TikTok or social media. I don't even have that. But if you do all those things, you're not going to be able to control the day trading aspect of knowing how to program yourself to know that you have to flight, not fight. So it's going to take you even longer to be able to do that. So you have to start with the basics of rewiring your brain a little bit. Start with the iPhone or your phone, Start putting that thing on silent and block, not blocking, but you know what I mean? Like I think there's an option there that you could just certain time frames, no calls come in. So I have mine set up from 7:59 p.m. From 8 p.m. one day, because you can't do 24 hours nonstop. So it has to be like 23 hours and 59 minutes. So what I do in my phone is at 8 p.m. it activates. It deactivates the next day at 7:59 p.m. and it starts again at 8 p.m. There's 1 minute. Your call might get through if you call precisely at that time. I still won't answer. Okay, because it's on silent. And when it's on silent, it doesn't even vibrate. It doesn't do anything. It's there. Okay? Why? Well, it's simple. I don't allow my phone dictate what I do with my time and my life. I dictate my life and what I do with my time. Not the phone, not TikTok, not YouTube, not anyone. At times, not even my wife. Okay? You have to respect yourself first. You have to control yourself first. You have to be able to control your brain, what it wants to do and what it must do are two different things. Your brain wants the artificial stimulation to increase the dopamine and the chemicals in the brain. Your brain wants to go to TikTok, wants to see those fun things. You know, it wants to do all those things because it gives you that positive thing that you like, that good feeling, you know? And it takes your mind away from the hard things that you have to face, which is the most essential things in life that you have to face almost every day. Like the things you have to do. In day trading, what you have to do is sell when it goes against you. And you have to teach your brain to ensure that that's the only thing you're able to do, not fight. But if you're unable to control a little device, a smartphone, what it does to your life every day, what makes you think you're going to be able to control your brain when it comes to day trading and your money is at risk? You won't have the capability because you don't have the training to do it. You don't have the willpower. You have to work on those things first. You have to take this baby steps at a time to teach yourself to do it. If you have never been trained to do it in other circumstances, I honestly believe that probably the best day traders might be people that have seen multiple occasions due to their job, their life being on the extreme fear of death. I think those are the best day traders. Because when you are subjected on a weekly or monthly basis to put your body through the extreme stress of losing your real life, and allowing your brain to do what it has to do to decide whether to fight or flight, always resulting back to training and what is best for you under the circumstances, you're not going to know how to react. You're not going to know what to do. And that's why it takes so long for the financial marketplace to slap the crap out of you on a daily basis until you learn it. Because you haven't been subjected to it. You don't know what it is. You've probably never been shot at. You've never been stabbed. You've never been in a situation where you believe you're about to die. If you believe if your brain knows you're about to die in real life, trust me, the fight and flight syndrome is going to take over and you're going to know the feeling. It feels so weird. It is a very weird feeling. It is at an extreme example at an extreme level. But it's at a higher level than what you're going to see in the day trading place, in the financial marketplace. But nonetheless, it's the same reaction. It's the same chemicals, the same circumstances. The only problem is in the real world, in the real life, outside of day trading, in the real world, your brain is able to calculate whether you have enough time to run, to hide from the guy with a knife or the guy with a gun, if you're able to take the gun away. All those decisions, your brain is going to calculate that in a matter of super microseconds. That's why it slows everything down. That's why all the biological changes take place. So it could make the best decision to save your life. Your body, your brain is constantly working to ensure your survival. You understand that, right? When you eat too much food than what you need for one day, what does your brain do and your body does? It stores that energy for future use, just in case you enter a stage of malnutrition, the brain can save your life for another 20 days of not eating. Or worst case scenario, you're not drinking water, your brain starts using certain reserves in your body to, for you to survive. A time is going to come where you're going to just die, but at least your brain is fighting that. The same thing happens when you are subjected to extreme fear. Your brain is going to react to try to save your life. It's going to calculate everything that it sees through your eyes, everything you hear through your ears, everything you know from experience, and everything you have been trained to do with your hands. And it's going to give you the best solution for the circumstance to save your life at that moment. So if it's a shooting, it's going to take you back to training. If you were military or cop, whatever, to go for your gun immediately, aim, target, boof, that's it, the end. Or try to de-escalate. Put the gun down. Let me see your hand. You see the cop shows, you see all that. That's exactly what they go through. That's training. But don't kid yourself. That is extreme fight or flight syndrome at work. Okay? But you train for it and you know what to do under the circumstances. I'm not saying people don't make mistakes, whatever. I'm not getting into that. What I'm talking about is the actual biological process you go through when you're facing fear. You fear of missing something. Your brain doesn't dictate whether it's your life or your money. It doesn't know the difference. It just knows you're about to go through some extreme, painful things and you might cease to exist. Okay? And those chemicals, they're there to save you. The problem is you're unable to reprogram that when it comes to day trading. You just can't do it. Your brain is not wired like that. You have to work at it. And there are two ways to working at it. Either you study the field and you become very good at knowing how to control that aspect, or this is the route that most people learn, which is the financial marketplace smacking the crap out of you for, at least 3 or 4 years every day. So that's reality. You have to rewire yourself, your brain, to know that whenever you feel the threat in the marketplace, running is the only solution. You cannot fight yourself through it. The market will beat the crap out of you every time, each time. You're not going to win the fight. In the real world, your brain is able to calculate, how far is the tree? Can you go high in the tree? Can you run to the tree? How far for you to run to the tree before the guy with the knife attacks you or stabs you? Or if you get into a car accident and your car is, dangling from like the edge of the road and about to like go down an embankment to like a road or like a water or whatever area, your brain is going to calculate all that and says, well, you know what? Stick your hand out the window, grab that tree. You might be able to save your life. That's it. That's fine. That's real world scenarios. In the financial marketplace, I got news for you. The brain is clueless, has no idea. It just knows there's a threat and it wants you to fight. And when the brain tells you that you have to fight and your adrenaline is running high and your heart rate is elevated and your blood pressure is spiking up and you start sweating and your pocket factor, remember pocket factor number 2, where number 2 comes out, pocket factor, when that thing starts squeezing because you fear the danger, the fear of your money leaving, your brain, the majority of the time is going to tell you to fight. Fight that. No, fight it. It's not over until you actually sell. You still have time to fight. Your brain is wrong. Your brain is completely wrong. You don't have to sell for you to lose the battle. You already lost the battle because it went against you. Your only option was to sell. You allowing your brain too much room to react, to allow you to react. Some people call it ego, whatever. I think it's just the fight or flight syndrome mechanism at work. The brain thinks because it knows from your eyes, okay? Your eyes sees that the money is not on your side yet. It's still invested in this thing that we call a stock share. Until you press sell, it doesn't become yours. The brain knows that because you see it. You know it from experience. You have seen this. You know the moment you buy a stock, a share, or shares, whatever, 10 shares, you know it's not your money. It's some thing that exists. It doesn't become your money until you realize it. Okay? Look at the platform. It says realize or unrealized. Unrealized, it's not my money yet. Realize, it's my money. So if I'm in the trade, it's going to be unrealized. And if the money starts going red, my brain knows, hey, it's not your money yet. You still got time for fight. Let's fight. And that is the most stupid outcome you can do. Because your brain doesn't realize that unrealized or realized is your money. It doesn't matter if it's realized or unrealized, it's your money. Because you invested in it. So if it goes negative and it's unrealized, you need to realize it immediately. Because it's your money. If you're going to let it continue, stay unrealized, the outcomes are not good for you. It's going to crash and you're going to lose your life, financial life. You know what I mean? So I think that's a lot of talking, a lot of speech. I mean, it's 6:22. I think I spoke forever, but I just wanted to go that foundational, basic information that a lot of people do miss, and they don't understand that. They do not understand that your brain is what causes you to fail as a day trader. And that's why only 8% are able to make it, not 92%. That's a very little ratio. That's a small, little, tiny number of people. I mean, compared to people being able to become lawyers and doctors, pharmacists, dentists, that's 40%. That's higher. Now think about it. 70% of society is uneducated. 30% has an education. There's a 40% chance of you getting into one of those professions or having a career in those professions. But when it comes to day trading, there's only an 8% chance of you making it. Why? The answer is you. Your brain. Your brain cannot do it. Unless you rewire your brain through training and experience and a few smackdowns from the financial marketplace, your brain is not going to learn it. And you're going to continue doing the stupid thing to do that is fight. I'll fight. Yeah. Fighting the financial marketplace is like willingly being subjected to financial death squad. It's stupid. Why would you want to do that? If your brain really knew that, it would tell you sell. Your brain doesn't know that. Your brain doesn't know that real death comes when that thing goes completely red and you lose everything. By the time you realize, you realize in zeros, okay? It's too late. But your brain doesn't know. You have to start baby steps. Start with your phone first, your smartphone. First of all, I would strongly suggest you to get rid of the smartphone and just get one of those old flip phones it's barely smart. It's half smart, right? I would say it's half smart because, it just does what a phone does, right? Rings. If you get one of those first and you can accustom yourself to not live this dopamine enriched life of wanting to know everything, every action that's happening, and living a life of videos after videos after videos after videos, and living this life where you are a consumer, the phone takes over your life, well, you'll never be able to reprogram your brain when it comes to trade trading. Because it takes reprogramming of how you react to the threat of the financial marketplace. That's the reality. You have to train yourself on that. I do invite you guys next week. We're gonna continue and this time I'm just gonna do a full time. The small account challenge is gonna start. Next week. Feel free to watch the first 3 episodes or 4 episodes so you can see what not to do. Okay. Those videos tell you exactly what not to do in day trading. All right. I do thank you for your time. If you guys have any questions, please do reach out. You can leave a comment. I'll respond to them. You can also go to my website. I mean, you could submit. You can send me an email. I mean, that's fine. My email is posted on the website and in the YouTube channel. That's fine if you have any questions. And again, I have to repeat myself again. I don't teach anything when it comes to day trading. Whatever you see in these videos, that's all you're going to get. Even if you send me an email, I'm not telling you anything on email that is not in a video. Okay, I don't do one-on-one training in day trading or anything like that. And I don't charge anybody anything. I don't do that. I just don't do that. I'm simply here to tell you my experience on day trading and I show you how I do it. You take the good, leave the bad behind. This is something that you can learn yourself. Obviously, there's no formal education for it. It doesn't exist. There's no standardized licensing exam to do this. Unless you're going to be investing people's capital, then there's a whole bunch of different exams that you have to go through or whatever, but it has nothing to do with this of day trading. It has to do more like about regulatory enforcement and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into that. But when it comes to day trading, it is the only career that could make you very wealthy where you don't need a formal education. And your competition is just 8% of society. Just think about that. There's not much competition. Everybody comes, they deposit money. There's 8% of people that just take it. They just make withdrawals. Everybody makes deposits. 92% of the people make deposits. Only 8% take withdrawals. That includes the big firms and stuff like that because, they have trained their people the right way. They have rewired the brain. And if the trader starts slacking and the brain becomes on wire, well, they get fired. They lose their job. That's reality. That's real life. These firms are putting the capital at risk. The last thing they want is for you to mess that up and lose their money. They're not going to do that. So they do have their own strict requirements. Why don't you have your own strict requirements? Why don't you have a risk manager? If you have a sibling, spouse, crap, even your dog, just ask your dog or a cat, whatever pet you have. Train them to ask you, hey, just give them your daily worksheet about your trades. Hey, dog, what do you think? I did good? Hey, cat, what do you think? I did good? I did bad, huh? Talk to the dog, Talk to the dog and you provide the response for the dog too. You know what I mean? Like you could do like if you were crazy, just, go back and forth and talk to yourself. So you understand where you went wrong. My point is you have to be held accountable to somebody. And this could only happen after you rewire yourself and your brain, how you think. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have to pay people for that. Those are things you can learn yourself. There are plenty of books out there. I strongly recommend that you go through them at least once, one book a week. And if you have a full-time job and stuff like that, then, okay, fine, you win. One book every 2 weeks. I mean, come on, really? You could leave your phone to the side and read a freaking book, man. Just read 10 pages a day. You'll be fine. Life will be fine if you don't see TikTok or all this, 30-second video thing. Come on. You want this as a career or you want this as, oh, it's my hobby. I have hope to make it. No, man, you gotta give it everything. You gotta give it 150% of your devotion, your time, everything. Your wife or your husband or significant other or your sibling, hey, you want to go to the movies? No, I'm reading a book. You kidding me? We'll go out in 4 years, all right? When I'm done with this. That's how it has to be. That's exactly how it has to be. Oh, you want to go to a baseball game on the weekend? No. Soccer game? No. Basketball? No. I got to read books. I got to become the best I can be in day trading. Please. That's time for that crap. You got to make a decision. What do you want out of life? You want the social entertainment? The dopamine increase? Or do you want to become the best trader you can be? It takes hard work. Starts with knowledge. Starts with the basics. continues with rewiring your brain and disciplining yourself. That's all it comes down to. What I mentioned about the smartphones, leaving it alone, don't let anybody interfere with your life, don't allow it to make noise, nothing. I literally look at my phone, maybe, unless it's like a family emergency, somebody calls me or something happened. But once a day, maybe in the evening, before I go to bed, that's it. That's it. I don't care. You have to be disciplined in controlling your body, controlling your brain, controlling what you need to do, not what you want to do or what feels good. You know why people do not commit themselves to do the hard work and the sacrifice to get ahead and do everything that it takes? I mean, I remember the days of sleeping, 5 hours every 5 days, 6 hours every 5 days from studying, especially for final exams. I mean, I remember walking into the medical library when I was studying for my law school exams. I remember walking into a medical library, which, by the way, the law school library was during exam times. It was open 20 hours a day. It only closed for like 4 hours. But the medical library in the same school, the same university, the medical library was open 24 hours a day. I was like, oh my God, it's awesome. I would do my 20 hours at the law library, jump those 4 hours to the medical library, go back to the law library, go when it closed, go 3 in the morning. They close at 3 in the morning, open back up at 7. At 3 in the morning, I'll go ahead and walk back to the medical library. I'll be there until they open at 7, go back to, I did that for like the whole week of exams. I think I slept maybe an hour a day in my car, in the parking lot. By the way, the car off, AC off, just to make sure that I would be uncomfortable so I could stay up and I don't fall asleep longer than 1 hour or 2 hours at most. For an entire 2 weeks, the final entire exam period, every semester, for 3 years. You kidding me? Day trading is not even close to that. It's worse. And the funny thing is, every time I got to the medical library each morning, the same people were sitting in the same seat every day. They look so dirty. They were nasty. They smell. They clothes. They were wearing the same clothes. I felt comfortable because I was the same way. Same clothes. Same everything. No shower. 1 week. You think you could do that for day trading? You think you could dedicate 24 hours a day, 20 hours a day, no matter what, nonstop for a long time? Or let's make it 8 hours because the market is only like a few hours, not 8 hours. It's less than 8 hours. If you really want to learn this, that is the only way. You have to eat, breathe, live day trading. Everything about it. And you have to rewire your brain. You have to discipline yourself. And the best way to start, I think, baby steps, is your stupid, smart fun. If you're strong enough, mentally, emotionally, if you're strong enough in your brain to ensure that you never allow your cell phone, to dictate for you to use it, that's powerful, man. That's a start. That is power. That's powerful. That is your first steps to becoming disciplined. That you do exactly what you say you're going to do. Don't bamboozle yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Just do it. Just freaking do it, man. Put the smartphone away. Block all the incoming calls except for emergency contact people, spouses, kids. And even then, kids could go through the wife first and the husband, whatever. And then to me, you could channel that thing around. Depending what priorities you have. I have this famous list. All my close family members know of my list. And they can tell you about my list. Okay? I'm not going to say it here because it's a private list in the sense that that's how I live my life. I have lived my life. If you know any family member close to me, they'll tell you about my list. They know exactly what it is. Okay? Every decision I make in life has to go through that list. And if it doesn't meet the criteria of that list, I'm not making that decision. The end of story. That's it. doesn't control anything from me. Always done that for many years, a long time. I'm definitely, you know who's not on that list? It's nowhere near on that list. The smartphone. My phone is not on that list. The list is only for humans, those close humans to my life. You understand? So even when I make decisions, I have to ensure that I go down that list. If it doesn't benefit everybody on that list as I'm making the decision, depending what it is, whatever, I won't do it. Allowing my cell phone to ring whenever some person somewhere decides to call me, or allowing the phone to make a sound whenever some human somewhere in the world decides to send me a message through either personally or through a computer, or allowing my phone to make any noise when some human decides to upload a video or something. If I allow that to my phone, I just gave my phone my life, my time. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I do not allow the cell phone to control me. I control the phone. So you can call my phone whenever you want. You can send all the messages you want. You could click whatever you want. I don't care. Because it has nothing to do with what I'm doing for me. You understand? So that, I think that's the basic step to be able to control your brain when it comes to that dopamine need that it has. You have to understand that every time you do things that triggers the happiness in your brain, you're just inflicting your body with more dopamine chemicals, right? I mean, you're giving the energy, you're feeding that energy in your brain of the happy place. And I got to tell you, everything in life is not happy. There are things you have to do that are not happy. They're cumbersome. They're difficult. They take every energy out of you, but you still got to do it. Your dopamine doesn't like it. Your dopamine doesn't want that. Dopamine wants the easy thing, not the hard. Oh my God, I can't believe I have to study. I have to stay awake. Oh my God. I have to go through all this to get this. Oh my God, so difficult. You know, it's easy just to watch TV. It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier than becoming a day trader. But if you really, really want to become a day trader, you don't have an option. You have no option but to sacrifice everything. Sacrifice your financial life. You got to do everything to ensure that you can rewire your brain to understand that any threat you see in the financial marketplace means sell, get out, protect your money by getting out. You don't protect your money by fighting. It's not a winnable battle. The odds of you winning are slim to none. That's why only 8% make it. They know the fight. They know they have to fight, not fight. And the younger you start doing this, the best for you. Because those adult bad habits are not yet settled in. I'm talking about like age 6, 7, 8. You start training somebody at that age to become a skillful day trader when you know what to do and you've been successful. Oh my God. Oh, that's it. That's guaranteed 8%. That's guaranteed 8% because they'll be rewired. Their brain will be rewired for so long that by the time they're able to open an adult broker account, they're a financial killing machine. But, adults don't have that. I mean, unless you start at the age of 7, 8, and that's all you've done for 8 hours, after school, 4 hours every day or 3 hours every day. And then the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, that's all you train for the entire 12 years you're growing up until you become an adult. Unless you've been trained like that, you're going to struggle because you have to rewire the brain. You see, when you start our early childhood age, your character as a human is not yet fully developed. who you are as a human being, character-wise and habits and whatever, it's not fully settled. I mean, you go through stages of learning, and it's just a process. It takes time, and through that process is that your brain starts developing even more to the point that you build your own character. But if you're able to rewire that from the early start, to know that when you enter a trade and it goes against you, you have to sell. That's powerful, because by the time that person turns 18, they don't even think about it. It's just like, sold. I go in, sold, out, out, out. That's it. They don't think about it. It's like brushing the teeth, taking a shower, sell. That's reality. You want to do that as an adult? You want to rewire your brain like that, but yet you never been exposed to the fight or flight syndrome. I mean, you never felt the pocket factor contracting. If again, I'm gonna repeat. I don't want to repeat it again. You should know by now what the pocket factor is. That's the same thing in trading. You have to control it. It has to be under your total control, not the brain. You need to wire your brain to know that the only way to save your life in the financial marketplace when the stock goes against you is selling. Selling is the only way. Immediate sell. Not even think about it. I mean, not even hesitate. It's just gone. Now, you have to learn other things, like when do you get in? Do you follow the masses as to the lines, the technicals, and all that? It takes time for you to learn all that. But, I wish you good luck. And next week will be fun. We'll see. You see how I'll do it. And, if you see anything wrong, please do provide criticism real time by joining the chat or by watching the videos later on, and just leave your comments in there. And, you could day trade sacrifice me like that. And you could call me anything you say. You could, just be honest. Be honest to me. All right? I want to hear it. As a matter of fact, I want you to hold me accountable when we go through this experiment. And at the same time, I hope you could learn something from it. I think I spoke a lot already. It's been like 2 hours already. That's a lot. Yeah, I haven't seen any comments from anybody. So maybe I'm talking to myself here. I hope you guys enjoy that, if anybody's seeing it. But I just had to let it out because I think people have the wrong idea about what involves to really become a good day trader. To become good in day trading is what I meant to say. And it's going to take a lot of energy. It's going to take everything, sacrifice. It's going to take sleepless days. But most importantly, you have to be okay with having the financial marketplace smack the crap out of you in your face. Just like, smack you. Just like that open hand. Just, financial slap. You need that from the marketplace. It's the best way to rewire your brain to know that fighting is the most stupid thing you could do in the marketplace, man. Fighting is your death. Flight saves you. Fight is imminent death, most certainly, at least for that day. If you want to hold that for the next 10 years, hoping for the best, good luck. But how are you going to rewire your brain to do that when your brain doesn't even know? Your brain only knows to fight most of the time, flight only when it's allowed, when it's okay. Most of the time, when your pocket factor is squeezing, your blood pressure is rising, okay? Your heart rate extremely high, and your brain starts slowing everything down because of the extreme adrenaline rush that your body is having to ensure that you can make the right decision in real time. Unless you're able to train your brain to go through all that and teach your brain that the only outcome is to flight, not fight. Until you do that, you're going to lose in the financial marketplace. Now, if you never experience extreme levels of fear where your pocket factor moves, you're going to struggle even more. And, because it's so hard. It's so hard to be able to rewire your thinking, your brain. It's very hard to do when you have been exposed to something else almost your entire life. I'm being straight up honest with you. That's why most people don't make it. It's not the technicals. It's not the level 2. It's none of that. It's you. It's your brain. It's your brain. Now, why it took me a while, long time. I mean, I started a long time ago, but I think my prior careers helped me a lot greatly because I'm so used to being exposed to fight and flight syndrome, subjected through it. I mean, it's just like, okay, it's nothing. I think I could be involved in extreme life danger situation and my heart rate doesn't even increase anymore. It's just like whatever. Then my wife is like, oh, you have no emotions. I'm like, okay, whatever. But, that's done through training and experience. The same thing in the trading marketplace, in the financial marketplace when it comes to day trading. It's the same thing, okay? Only through experience and the occasional, or at the beginning, the repetitive smackdowns is that you're going to learn how to day trade. That's it. And the lesson learned in day trading, believe it or not, after many, many smackdowns, the main lesson you're going to learn is your brain has been rewired to know that it has to run, fly, not fight. That's it. You probably hear from other people telling you that they've been day trading for a long time. They'll tell you, you have to lose everything. You're going to get smacked. I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, that's a way, that's a method of training your brain. That's a method of training your body, your brain. A straight up smack to the freaking face. To the point that your tooth and your molar, everything flies out. It probably is going to get to the point a smack comes out where your tongue might fly out. But you get the point. You have to go through that so you can learn. Because most humans are incapable of teaching their brain the other way, without the smackdowns. Because you're not 7 years old without a fully developed brain that you can, train to do something a certain way since early childhood. I mean, you're not that, you're an adult, right? So you already have these bad habits. You have this mentality already of protecting your money. You have these fears, this greed. I mean, why you want to day trade? Oh, because you want to make more money, because you want to have a better life. Your job sucks. You don't want to do that. Well, those are motivating factors, right? Like greed and fear, or, whatever emotions you're going through. They're going to cloud your brain to what to do in the fight or flight situation in the financial marketplace. All those motivating factors, all they're going to tell your brain is, you know it. Yeah, say it. Say it. Come on, say it. Say it. Let's say it together. 1, 2, 3. Fight. That's what your brain is going to tell you. Fight. Fight unto death. Death comes when you press from unrealized to realize. I'm going to tell you something. Death comes the moment the stock goes against you without pressing the sell button. The moment you see your profits gone, you see the negative number red, you are finished. You're dead. You're financially dead. That's it. Whether it becomes unrealized or realized, your brain sees the difference because you know the difference by seeing it through your eyes. But the reality is there's no difference. You're already dead. Now, what are you going to do to be able to rewire your brain to that? I suggest start with a smartphone. Ignore the crap out of it. Don't let it control your life. Don't let anything control your life on what you have to do. And remember, I said what you have to do, not what you want to do. Two different things, right? What you must do, what you have to do is different than what you would like to do or you want to do for pleasure. I mean, it's two different things. Most of the things that you have to do, they're just extremely hard. And that's why we try to avoid it as humans. We just try not to do it, you know? But anyways, that's enough chat for today. I hope you guys got a different perspective from what I'm saying and hopefully helps you. If not, well, it is what it is, your brain. It's your brain. I mean, you could hear it goes in there and you could think about it for like a few hours and then, or a few minutes or seconds, and then it goes out the door. But if you guys want me to put a list of the books that I think that I would recommend for you to read as a foundational basis to really understand what's going on in the marketplace, please let me know through a comment. You could put in the video chat later or whatever. It doesn't matter. And I'll put the list out. My time is very limited to be like typing too much. So just if I read a comment saying it or whatever, then I'll put it on my list of things to get done, and I'll get it done this week, no later than next week when we start the small account challenge. But I do strongly recommend, for sure, there's two books. I'm going to try to remember the name right now. One of them is Reading the Tape or Mastering the Tape or something like that. And the other one is Reminiscence of a Stock Operator or something like that. It's been a while. The title is something like that. Both books are from like the early 1900s, when stock traders didn't have a computer platform with charts and moving averages and 20 different studies that means nothing because it's all past information, right? And I think they're, as a foundational information for day trading, becoming a day trader, I think they're very important to read it and understand it very well. If you're able to read it, I would say even read it twice, 3 times, each book. It shouldn't take you that long. They're not that big. I mean, they're not like constitutional law book or contracts. It's nothing like that. It's like this big. It's tiny. Okay, you could go through it I remember reading one like in half a day, a few hours, and I was done. Okay, so I speed read too, so it's a little bit different. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't really take that long to read. But the information in there, it is so valuable. It is more valuable than any day trading course you buy anywhere from anybody. Just reading those 2 books. It will change your thinking so much as to what you see in day trading. It's not going to make you a day trader overnight. It's not going to do that. But it's going to give you information to ensure that you see it in a different way, that you're not seeing it now. Guarantee you that. Okay? There's a reason why, like the big proprietary firms that have their own professional traders, they have, specific educational requirements they have to go through and they have to understand, and they get tested and everything. It's what they learn. Okay? So, all right, guys. Thank you for spending time with me. Maybe I'll see you guys again. Hopefully I see you guys again on, I might be tomorrow. I'm not sure. I want to get ready for, I want to do the small account challenge nonstop every day for like 7 in the morning, 6:30. I'm up at 4, so maybe 6:30. So I have enough time to, do my daily morning routine. So maybe from 6:30 to about 4 o'clock. No, maybe. We'll see. We'll do it from 6:30 to 4 o'clock. I want to start doing that next week. I said Tuesday, right? But because I have other commitments I need to get out of the way to make sure that I dedicate 100% of my time to this small account challenge every day. I'm not going to even be day trading my other accounts. Like, this is specifically just the small account challenge. So I'm not going to even be making any money in the sense of like my daily trades. I'm just going to strictly do the small account challenge. Doesn't matter how long it takes, might take a year, might take more, doesn't matter. All right. So I want to be able to, dedicate it and studying Tuesday. I want to make sure every day, no matter what, Monday through Friday, except holidays, whatever, That's my time, no matter what. So in order to do that, I have to dedicate some times to other prior commitments I have to get out of the way. And then my schedule is, this is all trading is all I do all day. I don't really have any jobs. Okay. I'm kind of like retired, but this is what I do. All right. So, but I do need a few days to make sure I catch up and some other commitments. And then, except for emergency, obviously, and I will let you guys know through the community post. I'll post it out. Hey, tomorrow we're not going to be able to do it because whatever commitment, something comes up emergency wise. But apart from that, this is the small account challenge is the daily commitment for me for the next, how long it takes to achieve the goal. And we're going to achieve the goal. You're going to hold me accountable. You're going to be there. You're going to call me out if I do something wrong immediately. We're going to get it done. And like that, we all learn something from it, from the experience. Again, let me know about the books if you guys want that, the information, so I could, provide you the list. And hopefully I'll see you guys on Tuesday. It would be nice. All right. Well, thank you for everybody and have a good evening. It's almost 7:00 already, so I feel like maybe I should be a podcaster now. I don't know. It's weird. I got to fix this microphone. I think it sounds weird. I know I have a funny voice too, so that's biological, I guess. All right. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.